Simon & Schuster Audio presents Vurt by Jeff Noon. Read by Paul McGann.
The young boy puts a feather into his mouth. Day 1. Mandy came out of the all-night Vurt you want, clutching a bag of goodies. Close by was a genuine dog, flesh and blood mix, the kind you don't see much anymore. A real collector's item. It was tethered to the post of a street sign. The sign read, "No Go." Slumped under the sign was a robo crusty. He had a thick head full of droid locks and a dirty handwritten card. "Hungry and homeless, please help." Mandy, all twitching steps and head jerks, scurried past him. The crusty raised his sad little message ever so slightly, and the thin pet dog whined. Through the van's window I saw Mandy mouth something at them. "Fuck off, crusties, get alive." Something like that. I was watching all this in the halo of nightlights. We stuck to the dark hours in those days. The Thing was on board, and that was a major crime. Possession of live drugs, a 5-year stretch guaranteed. We were waiting in the van for the new girl. Beetle was up front, ladies' leather gloves pulled tight onto his fingers, smeared with Vaz. He likes to feel a little bit greased when he rides. I was in the back, perched on the left side, wheelhousing, Bridget on the other, sleeping. Some thin wisps of smoke were rising from her skin. The Thing from outer space lay between us. He was leaking oil and wax all over the place, lying in a pool of his own juices. I caught a movement in the air above the parking space. Oh, shit. Shadowcop. Broadcasting from the store wall. Working his mechanisms, flickering lights in smoke. And then the flash of orange, an info beam shining out from the Shadowcop's eyes. It caught Mandy in its flare path, gathering knowledge. She ducked down from the beam, banging hardcore on the van doors. The dog was howling at the cop, scared by the lights. I opened the doors a thin girl measure. Mandy slipped through. The dog went for the cop's legs, twin fangs closing on nothing but mist. That dog was confused. Mandy handed me the bag. "You got it?" "I got some beauties." "You got the one." Mandy just looked at me. Something was howling outside. I glanced back and I saw the poor dog on fire. The Shadowcop moving towards us, reloading. He let loose a tight info, beaming onto our number plate, which was just a series of random numbers anyway. You won't find that in your banks. Then we were out of there, reversing first away from the bollards. "Watch it!" This from Mandy, nervous as fuck as the van jerked backwards. She was thrown to the floor, landing on the Thing from outer space. Brid was rudely pitched from sleep, pupils in shock from the sudden awakening. The Thing had 6 tentacles wrapped round Mandy. The girl was screaming, calling it names. The van leapt up onto a pavement. I thought the Beetle was trying to dodge the beams. Maybe he was, but all we felt was the sickening thud and a yowling scream as the left back wheel put the collector's item out of its misery. The crusty was crying over his dog and pushing his fists through the Shadowcop's smoke as we scorched the forecourt. The van made a wild circle, and I saw the whole thing sliding by. The Shadowcop, the crusty, the dead dog, until Beetle got it under control. I could see the Shadowcop beaming messages into the air. "They're onto us, B. Hit the jam." Beetle took the brow of the gateway at speed. Oh boy, were we flying. Stash riders, riding the feathers back to the pad. The point of impact squelched Mandy deeper into the Thing's embrace. "Get the fuck off me!" Keeping firm hold of the strap, I reached down with the free hand, jabbing at the Thing's belly flesh, tickling him. The one weak spot. How he loved that. His laughter was dredged up from deep inside, from thousands of miles. He was writhing around and Mandy was able to slide free. "Fuck that! Jesus!" She was shaking from the fight. Alexandra Park was a dark jungle shimmering the right side windows. We were skirting Bottletown by now, and no doubt the park was full of demons, pimps, pros, dealers, real, Vurt, or robo. I looked back. Cop cars closing, Beetle. "Hang on, folks." He twisted the van into a tight right, onto Claremont Road. I could see the cop lights following. They're still with us. Beetle burned all the way down over the Princess Road into the Rusho maze. Cops were following, but they were up against 3 killer factors. Beetle had lover's knowledge of these streets. All moving engine parts were greased with Vaz. Beetle was hooked on speed. We hung on tight as he took a vicious series of lefts and rights. It was a tough job hanging on, but we didn't mind. Old-style terraces passed by each side of us. On one of the walls someone had scrawled the words, Das Überdog. And underneath that, pure is poor. Even I didn't know where we were. That's the Beetle for you. Total knowledge, fuelled by jam and vaz. A quick glance through the back windows. There go the cops, speeding on by, towards some dumb fuck nowhere. Bye-bye, suckers. I called out to the Beetle. Oh, slow down, son B. Fuck slowness. Then the new girl. Well, like eggs back here, you Beetle. And the guy slowed us down some. Well, there you go. Some things will slow the Beetle down. The chance of a new woman, for instance. Bridget must have had the same feeling. She was looking daggers at the new girl, smoke rising from her skin as she tried her best to tune into the Beetle's head. I guess she wasn't getting too far. No matter. We were in some kind of easy travelling by now, so I picked up the goodie bag, emptying the contents out onto the tartan rug. 5 blue Vurt feathers floated down. I caught one as it drifted, reading the printed label. Thermo fish. Done it. Mandy said, Next time, Scribble, you go shopping. Where's English voodoo? You promised me. I thought you had contacts. That's what Seb had. I read the other 4. Done it. Done it. Done it. Not done it, but it sounds boring anyway. I let the feathers go in disgust. Now they were floating around inside the van. A blue feather landed on the stomach of the thing from outer space. One of his tentacles reached for it. His spiky fingers took a hold, and a hole opened up in his flesh, a greasy orifice. He turned the feather in his feelers and then stroked it in, direct to the hole. He started to change. I wasn't sure which feather he loaded, but from the way he was moving his feelers, I guess he was swimming with the thermo fish. I sure know that wave. I turned back to Mandy. Give. You want? I want. You found the voodoo? We turned right into the Wimslow Road as Mandy pulled a stash from the inner reaches of her denim jacket. It was a black feather. Totally illegal. No voodoo, but I found this. Seb called it skull shit. Said it was red hot. Was this all you got, Mandy? You don't like? Sure I like, it's just not what I want. Some may do. I was losing it. Mandy, I don't think you realise. Her red hair was catching fire from each passing street lamp. I had to pull myself away from the flames. That new girl was getting to me. Hey, you two, keep it quiet, Bridget said. The shadow girl. Some of us are trying to get some sleep. Bridget was Beetle's lover, and I guess she was just putting the new girl in her place. The van took a sudden swerve and we were all thrown to the wall. The black feather slipped from Mandy's grip. The thing made a swipe for it, but he was so wave-deep, pressed against the van side, his feelers were numb and he missed out. I scooped the outlaw flight up into my palms. The van took another swing, no doubt dodging some dumb-fuck pedheads. The Beetle was shouting through his window, "Fucking walkers, get a car!" We were riding through Rusholme, straight down the Curry chute. Mandy Ann cranked her window. She managed a half-inch gap before the mechanism failed, clogged up with rust. But through the tiny gap, a rich complex of powder smells was making my tongue wet. Coriander, cumin, cinnamon, cardamom, each of them genetically fine-tuned to perfection. Christ, Mandy told the gang. I could kill for a curry. When did we last eat? The Beetle answered, Thursday. Bridget spoke from the half-lit world of shadow. What day is it now? It's the weekend sometime, I said. As I spoke, I watched the thing. By now he was a blur of feelers and I could almost see the thermofish swimming in his veins. It was making me envious. So, can anyone tell me why we're carrying this alien shit around? Asked Mandy. Why don't we just sell him? Or eat him? I mean, why are we chasing around after feathers? We got the thing right here. We don't need feathers. The thing comes with us, I told her. Nobody touches him. You just want to make the swap. You got a problem with that, Mandy? Let's just get home. Let's take some stuff. We will do. I felt for her all of a sudden. She was new to us. 2 days old in a gang and full of the will to please. It's just that she had a hard act to follow. We took a hard right into Platt Lane, and then another into the garage space behind the flat. The van scalded to a sudden stop. Only the thing was coping. His body full of wave knowledge, Vurt knowledge. He just sort of flowed into the doors and then away, loving it. And then the voice. Scribble. 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 Desdemona's voice. I looked round to see he was playing the fool. Oh, shit. Nobody should use that voice. And I got a sudden flash then of Desdemona falling away from me, through into a yellow blaze. Who said that? Said what, Scribble? Mandy asked. My name, who the fuck said it? A silence fell over the van. Oh, it was in Desdemona's voice. Mandy again. Oh, do we have to keep thinking about her? Yes. Yes, we do. Keep thinking about Desdemona. Don't ever let her go. Not until I find her again, and then keep her forever. I listened to the van settling its rust deposits. The riders were looking at me. Even the beetle was twisted round, his eyes full of jam. Nobody said anything, Scrib. But then I got it again, that voice. Scribble. Scribble. And I got where it was coming from. The thing. A gash had opened in his flesh. A set of black gums peeled back from crumbling teeth, and a tongue of lard moving in there between them. Scribble. But only I could hear. Why was it only me? And why was he using that voice, that beautiful voice? Beetle broke the mood. Let's do it. Inside. I heard an owl calling from the Platte fields. Real, Vurt, or robo, who can tell the difference anymore? No matter. It had a longing to it. This week's safe selection, my kittlings. You know the game cat doesn't lie. Status, blue and legal. Thermofish. You went swimming in the seas at pitch, but now you're back on Earth and you're feeling slightly queasy. It can only get worse, because the thermofish of pitch have invaded your system. Your bloodstream is a river home for them. They love those passages. You're feeling the heat inside, the biting heat. One thing to do. Buy yourself some nanobooks, some pitchworm bait. Go fishing for a week. We had to drag the thing from outer space out of the van, his fat sack of a body clinging to the tartan rug, glued by the juices. Beetle opened the van doors. Come on, lazy fucks. He reached into the back to gather the dropped feathers from the van floor, and one of them, the black, he slipped into his baccy box. I feel like tripping out somewhere. He was walking fast towards the house. The door cam reacted to Beetle's image in a loving way, opening its gates in a slow, seductive swing. Brid was back in shadow mode, sleepwalking to the steplight, so that left me and Mandy holding the can. The can was the thing, and he was like Vaz between our fingers. Oh boy, thing was hot, totally adventurous. Respect to that. Let's move it, big thing. The Desdemona calls had stopped. Now he was rambling in his own language. Za, za, za. Jaji, jaji. Stuff like that. Maybe he was travelling the Vurt waves looking for a new home. Maybe I'm some kind of romantic fool, especially when the Manchester rain starts to fall in memory, and I'm scribbling this down, chasing the moments, miles from there, and years later, I can still feel that slow struggle towards the flat door. Thing from outer space wasn't really from outer space. Mandy just called him that, and we'd all latched onto it. Well, then what would you call a shapeless blob that didn't speak any known language and had come into your world by a bad accident? Tough one, eh? Stop dropping him, hissed Mandy. Does it look like I'm dropping him? His head's on the floor. Oh, was that his head? I thought it was his tail. Mandy was getting angry at me, as though I should enjoy carrying aliens over wet gravel, in the dark, in the rain, as though I should know all the various techniques of carrying aliens. Just then a shadowcop flickered into life, broadcasting from the Platte fields aerial. He moved like a fog, the starry lights of his mechanisms going on and off, on and off. As he drifted through the trees, I told Mandy to get a move on. Look who's talking about speed. We had to bend the thing into a strange shape to get him in through the house doors, a kind of Mobius knot variant. The thing didn't mind, his body was super fluid anyway from the embrace of Vurt. A quick glance over the shoulder told me that the shadowcop was out of the park and heading towards the flats. I slammed the door on the sight. Silence. Pause. I catch your breath. The look of despair in Mandy's eyes. Naked eyes under the lights. Her arms straining to hold the weight of alien meat. Above us, on the next landing, Brid was drifting with the shadows, trailing smoke. Follow her, Mandy. It was like carrying a bad dream up a flight of greasy, collapsing stairs. Sometimes it feels like the whole world is smeared with vase. Mandy spoke between panting breaths. Seb told me something. There's a new delivery tomorrow. Of what? New stuff. Good stuff, he said. Bootlegs. Well, black. Voodoo's not black, I told you that. Yeah, English voodoo. Seb, he's got it. Mandy! Not yet, coming in tomorrow. Mandy, this is... Watch out, the thing, he's... I was dropping the alien. My hands were too sweaty. I was losing the world. A feather was floating in my mind, a beautiful, multicoloured specimen. I almost had it. Just reach out. Scribble, what's wrong with you? I need it, Mandy. No messing. We've got to find Seb again. Not him. He gave me the contact name. He said that Icarus was getting a new delivery. Icarus? Icarus Wing, that's his source. Seb's supplier. Find him, Mandy. Ask him about English voodoo. Scrib? Mandy's eyes in shock mode. What? What is it? Over there. The corner. We'd reached the first landing by now. There was a store cupboard set into a wall. It was marked, no go. In the dark space between it and the wall lay a coil of rope. A violet and green rope. It moved, sudden-like. Mandy screamed, "It's a snake!" Oh, fuck. Just then the lights went out. Bastard landlord had him on a strict timer, and the next switch was some 2 feet away. Down the landing. 2 feet's a long way to go when you're carrying an alien, and it's dark, and there's a dream snake on the loose. Don't panic, Mandy. Turn on the fucking light! Don't move. Mandy dropped the thing. I still had my hands on the one end, and I felt the weight jerk as the bulk hit the floor. Mandy was running to the next switch. Snakes can see in the dark, but we can't. So hit that switch, new girl. I was sweating with the fear, and the thing was starting to slip from my fingers. The lights came back on, but it wasn't Mandy who'd hit the switch. The woman from 210 had come out to see the noise, and she'd got to the switch first. This is what she saw. Mandy, frozen, 2 inches from the control, me holding on for dear life to a pulsating mass of feelers and grease, a whip-fast coil of violet and green slither into the nearest shadow. I felt a nagging pain in my left leg just where I'd been bitten, but that was over 4 years ago. So why the pain? Memory can be a right bitch sometimes. The woman just stared at us for long seconds before she spoke. What is it? Mandy looked at me. I looked at Mandy, and then at the thing in me weakening hands, and then at the woman. It's a prop, I said. Woman looked at me. We're part of an avant-garde theatre company. We're called Drip Feed Theatre. We're doing a new piece entitled English Voodoo. We've had this thing made for us by a mad artist. He made it out of old tyres and a ton of animal fat. We're just taking delivery. Oh, my God. How gross. The woman slipped back inside her flat and slammed the door. Mandy and I smiled. We smiled. And something passed between us. Don't ask what. Mandy looked about. Has the snake gone? Dream snakes come out of a bad feather called tak shaka. Anytime something small and worthless was lost to the Vurt, one of these snakes crept through in exchange. Those snakes were taking over, I swear. You couldn't move for them. It's gone. Hit the switch one more time. Let's finish this. So we climbed the stairs together. 2 humans, 1 alien, strung heavy between them. We hauled the thing up and more or less manhandled that meat towards flat 315. I smashed into the door, expecting a hard response, but the way was open. Well open as we fell through, all three of us, male, female, alien. Mandy kicked the door shut with a neat back heel, and we collapsed into one shivering heap on the hall carpet. This week's Black Selection. Skull shit is one heavy fuck. Don't try it alone, Kittlings. This Vurt is going to blast you. You'll be travelling the paths of your own mind. And that's some maze in there. There's a beast at the centre, and it's angry. Only the chosen know what the beast looks like, because only the chosen get that far. Note: possession of this beauty can land you a 2-year stretch. That's a load of game time to be missing, so stay cool. Keep it close. This cat has warned you. Brid was slumped on the settee, slow gazing at a 2-week-old copy of the game cat. Beetle was standing by the window, leafing through the feather stash. I had the right side of me face laid out on the dining table, me left eye fixed on a small lump of apple jam. A thing from outer space was lying on the floor, waving for a fix, his grease dripping onto Bridget's Turkish rug. Mandy was in the kitchen, eating bread and honey. Yeah, sure, and the king was in his counting house counting out his money, no doubt. Except that we just trashed a week's drip feed on 5 lousy blues and a single done-it-already black. Sure, the Beetle could sell some low-level Vurt to a robo-crusty. Or maybe I could persuade Brit to sing some smoky songs in one of the locals, me on keyboards and decks. But the shadowcops were everywhere. Most pubs had one, broadcasting from above the Vurt box, shining info all over the undesirables. Those info beams could match your face up to the cop banks in half a nanosec. Dear sir, we have reason to believe that you are currently receiving basic needs allowance. Who the fuck doesn't take drip feed these days? We hope you are not receiving payment for tonight's performance. This would be in direct violation of Decree 729. Please disclose. Of course, officer. Straight away. I think not. That apple jam sure looked tasty. Boy, we were hungry. Mandy came back out of the kitchen, clutching a door-stopper sandwich. She plumped herself down on a scatter cushion. We were all there, all 5 of us, the stash riders, in some form of life or another. The Beetle turned to face us, the 5 blue feathers clutched in one hand. He took each blue into his other hand, saying their names out loud, each in turn, and then let them fall to the carpet. Thermo fish, crack flowers, Venus dust, thunder wings, honey suckers. We watched the feathers drift. Beetle turned directly to Mandy. Cheap blues? We don't do cheap blues. The Beetle opened his backy box, took out the black feather. He moved towards us, waving that Vurt like a dream ticket. So, for tonight's entertainment, skull shit. His lips were smiling. It was a wicked smile. Mandy opened her mouth immediately like she had something to prove. The Beetle pushed the feather into her mouth until he could stroke it against the back of her throat. New Girl took it all the way like a Pornovurts star, and her eyes started to glaze. The Beetle smiled. See how she takes it? Smooth and easy, that's my baby. Beetle pulled the feather out, and then he turned to Bridget. Brid was lying on the couch, face covered by a copy of Game Cat. Can I miss this one? I'm not up to it, B. Nobody misses nothing. Beetle scrunched the paper from Bridget's face and then forced the feather into her mouth. Shit. That was face rape. But I was too weak to do anything. Next he turned to the thing, feeding the feather into the nearest orifice. The thing was rolling all over the carpet. I swear I could almost hear him cheering. Then the Beetle turned to me, his voice calling to me over the years. Scribble. Oh, there's some voodoo coming in tomorrow. Mandy told me, let's wait. Fuck waiting. Take it. He forced me mouth wide open, the fingers of one hand squeezing me cheeks, the other hand pushing the feather home, deep to the back of the throat. I could feel it there, tickling, making me want to gag. And then the vert kicked in, and then I was gone. I felt the opening adverts roll, and then the credits. The pad went morphic, and my last thoughts were, why are we all doing this? Skull shit? It's so low level, it's even got adverts in it. We should be going higher, searching for lost love. Instead we were just playing, screaming down tunnels of brain flesh, putting thoughts together, building words and cries from the heart, electric impulses leading me on, the room wallpapered in reds and pinks, blood all flowing down from the ceiling, Brid hiding behind the settee, the beetle taking Mandy from behind on the Turkish rug, a thing from outer space floating in the air, gently landing on the dining table, me walking through a swamp of flesh towards the kitchen door in search of breakfast cereal, stepping over Beetle and Mandy, finding the kitchen door locked and barred, looking just like a wall of beef, blood pulsing from the keyhole, Brid coming out from behind the settee clutching a bread knife, the thing finding a lump of jam on the tabletop, licking at it. I wanted that jam for myself. Jam turning to spunk, apple spunk, thing licking at it. Me turning to the lovemakers, Brid taking slices out of things' backside, trying to feed them to me. Me turning me face away from the pink flesh, didn't know why. Flower clock reading 20 petals to 11. Beetle shooting apple cum. It splattered over me poster of interactive Madonna at Woodstock 7. Mandy coming with him. Brid turned the blade into Beetle's neck. Blood flowing from Beetle's neck. Me licking up the blood. It tasted just like apple jam. Tasted like Vurt, just like a dream. Tasted like a dream. That means... oh, shit. Sudden scream. Shit. I was getting haunted. That means we're in the Vurt. Beetle, listen to me. We're in the Vurt. I'm getting the haunting. The haunting was the feeling you got sometimes in the Vurt. The real world calling you home, like, this is all too much. There's another life somewhere. This is just a game. The beetle kept on tasting the jam, rolling it on his tongue. He reached out to stroke Mandy's arm as she plunged the knife into her veins. The blood was spraying over interactive Madonna, mixing with the spunk already plastered there. I guess that dead star was really interacting now. And then Mandy had Desdemona's face. And it was Desdemona doing the screaming. The blood pouring out of her beautiful mouth. It was too much for me. I had to get out of there. Sudden jerk. Backwards. Ghost grabbing me under the armpits, jerking me into reality, and then the real world breaking open. The chair receiving me body like a corpse. Blood seeping back into the closing wounds on the wall. The room in a scream of pain. A glass vase containing flowers picked by Brid in shatters, broken by the jerk. A voice calling from the mirror on the wall. Who the fuck? Beetle's voice. Who the fuck? Who the fuck jerked out? No answers. Beetle was wide-screening us all, his eyes still covered with layers of flesh, of game flesh. He had a raging full on, and he was waving it like a flag. Who the fuck? Any answers? Nothing. Brid on the settee. Game cat torn into shreds. Mandy on the floor, beside the scatter cushion. 2 vicious gashes had torn it apart. Feathers floated. Beetle raging. I was having a good time in there. I was trapped in the chair. Through a haze of feathers and flesh, the desperate shapes of Vurt still clinging onto life, I could just about make out the thing from outer space. He was screaming and shaking. Man, he was suffering, and I could see the holes in his flesh where the knife had cut. The thing was always badly affected by Vurt, but the wounds were healing over, regenerating. This was the thing's special skill. Total flesh replacement. But still he was suffering. Everything goes wrong. Eventually, everything goes wrong. I still couldn't move. Just listening to his keening, the thing just wanted to be home and peaceful. What the fuck were we going to do with him? Who the fuck pulled out? Not me, B. I managed, lying, scared. I was having a good fucking time. Nobody takes me out like that. Nobody. Silence then. Each of us looking at him. The last glaze of Vurt falling from him, from all of us, and the room was suddenly cold. Cold and lonely, and full of aftershock. Pulling out was bad. Real bad. It was a built-in option, with low-level theatres, but nobody liked doing it. It was like admitting defeat, like you weren't strong, not up to it. Who dared admit that? Even worse, you pulled all the other players with you. And that was painful. That was like being skinned. Then Bridget's lonely voice. It was me. I was scared, B. Beetle hit Brid right across the lips. She was crying in the corner now, and if I could have just got out of that chair, well then, maybe I would have done some good deed for a change. Maybe I would have killed the bastard. Maybe everything. End up with nothing. Beetle left us then, slamming his bedroom door behind him. Me, the shadow, the new girl, the alien, and everything going wrong, and the far-off call of the owl. If they can remix Madonna after she's dead, why can't they remix the night? Who can answer that one?
Awake, you know that dreams exist. Inside a dream, you think the dream is reality. Inside a dream, you have no knowledge of the waking world. It is the same with Vurt. In the real world, we know that Vurt exists. Inside the Vurt, we think that Vurt is reality. You have no knowledge of the real world. The haunting. This is the bitch incarnate. Once that ghost has got hold of you, you just got to go with her. Back to life. Back to the boredom. That's how you feel, right? Except that the haunting isn't a bad thing. What? What's that, the cats say? Haunting isn't bad. Man, the cat's losing it. Listen up, kidlings. Only a chosen few get the haunting. They are the edge riders. Those strange people who can't make their minds up. Just what am I? This is their question. Vurt or real? The haunted are of both worlds. They flicker between the two like fireflies. What are they? Insect or flame? Both. Believe it. The haunted are special. They just don't know it yet. The cat's advice to them, resist the temptation, don't jerk out. Jerking out is giving in, giving up on your true vocation. The haunting is calling you, come up, come up. Let me take you higher. The Vurt wants you. The cat wants you.
I was sleepless, locked in my room, writing all this up in the ledger of those days, living up to my name, scribbling, trying to make sense of it all and trying hard to find a way out. I was scribbling late into the ledger, listening with half a mind to the creaking bed through the wall, Beetle making love to Brid, to the sleeping Brid. Despite the arguments, I knew this had happened, knowing the score. And then a soft knock on my bedroom door. I opened it a crack, and there was Brid, anyway, standing there, and the noises of love still coming from the next room. Scribble? I'm working. Beetle's with Mandy. Sounds like it, I said. I was trying my best to be uncaring. It's just that the shadows in her eyes made me melt. Can I come in? I let her walk past me into the room. She dropped onto the bed and then started to curl up like a flower's petals when the sun had gone. I went back to my table to carry on with the writing. Brid was breathing sweetly now, lost in sleep. I was putting it all down in words, a small desk lamp hiding me in the shadow, the glow of my ledger burning softly as I banked up the words, the stories. "What are you writing, Scrib?" I thought she was asleep, and when I looked at her she was comatose and happy, eyes shut, curled up in her own shape. I couldn't see her lips move, and then I realised Brid was dream-talking, putting thoughts into my mind, which is the gift of the shadows. Shadows are thought readers. They're born with the powers of telepathy, and their mind can bypass the vocal cords, putting words into your brain and stealing the secrets that you thought were yours alone. Shadowcops are the same, but mixed with robo rather than flesh, so they're not as strong. They can't go deep down into the soul. Still pretty scary, though, especially when you're out on a spree. The human shadow works best when asleep, so that's how you find them, usually, dreaming their dreams of knowledge. I was just wondering, Bridget thought, you're always writing. What's it all about? Everything. I said it out loud. You don't have to talk. Just think. What do you mean, everything? Everything that happens. The stash riders. The Beetle called us this and it stuck. He was making life into a kind of adventure, I guess, just like a kid. But what's so wrong with that? It's our story, Brid. That's nice. And then a deep silence. I was back to writing, but nothing came out, nothing good. So I stopped, took a cigarette, a napalm filter, and watched the smoke drift for a while, and petals falling from the clock, stuff like that. All quiet now, from the next room. Brid's voice coming into my mind again. Is it all right if I sleep here, Scrib? You got a bed of your own. Not tonight, Scrib. Not tonight. I took another few hard drags while forming the words in my mind. That's all right, Scrib. It's a pleasure. Shit. Some real dirty thoughts about Brid had flickered across my mind. When the Shadow Girl was this deep, I had no secrets left. That's right, Scrib. No secrets. Give me a chance, Brid. Out loud, not thinking. It just comes in pictures and shapes. I'd rather just talk, I said. Sure. You don't mind me sleeping here? Why should I? She looked real beautiful in sleep. And the world was waiting for me to climb right on in there, curling up, losing myself in all that drifting smoke. Thank you, she thought. Like I said, no secrets. I just wanted to thank you, I told her sleeping face, for taking the rap for me. You know, with the beetle and the skull shit. We all jerk out sometimes. You took the blame, Brid. I guess I like you. More than Beetle. Don't ask. You'll get hurt. I saw Desdemona in there in the Vurt, I said. I guessed that. She was in such pain. I couldn't stop pulling out, but I couldn't admit it, not to the bee. You like that man too much, Scribble. So do you. You're thinking about her again. She meant Desdemona. Bridget's words, floating into me mind like a mist over the pale shape of Desdemona. Can't you forget her, Scrib? We've got to find her, Brid. We will, Scribble. You want to sleep next to me? It wasn't a question, because she knew the answer anyway. And the mist closing it all up, in drifts of blue, and me falling through it into the land of Bridget, which is called the land of shadows, the land of sleep. I woke up early, my arms round the Shadow Girl, an innocent gesture for an innocent night. The ledger was still glowing, throwing a blue shade over our shapes. I turned it off and went into the living room. The thing from outer space was asleep on the rug. How you doing, big thing? Jaji, jaja, jaji, ja. Looking for a way home. Something like that, I guess. I watched him for a while, imagining the dreams he was on, and then walked into the kitchen for breakfast. The house was mine at this hour, and I made good use of it, spreading apple jam on toast, watching the day begin. I ate the sweet stuff at the scarred table, all the time keeping a close watch on the door to Beetle's room. They were making noises again, and I couldn't stop my mind wandering right on in there, seeing all that pleasure being given and taken, all those jars of boudoir vase being used, protector, lubricator, contraceptive, inflamer, all in the same jar. The noises were getting to me. It brought back Desdemona. Her beautiful body all over mine, her hands and her lips, the dragon tattoo, her face coming close to mine, the feel of her skin, the shine in her eyes. But that was just a memory. A memory was not enough. I wanted her back, for real, in my arms. I looked over at the thing again. Something bad was coming into my mind. I got up out of the chair and I walked over to his sleeping form. Boy, that thing was ugly. I reached down to tickle his stomach. He sighed contentedly from the depths of Vurt's sleep. There was a loose flap of skin, still not yet fully reformed from the battles of skull shit. It broke off easily in my fingers. The thing didn't even stir. I brought the greasy lump up to my lips. Eating Vurt flesh was the direct route to the theatre. It was a potent cocktail of meat and dreams, highly dangerous, highly desirable. The game cat had talked about it once in a magazine. I was looking down at more than a king's ransom of live drugs, street value. We could sell the thing and get ourselves right out of here somewhere good. All except for Desdemona. Without the thing, she was lost forever. But maybe this would lead back to her. Maybe I could take some flesh, just a little bit, see where it led. I licked at the Vurt flesh, and then took a small bite. I'm being smothered by flesh. I can't breathe anymore. There's no space in the world, only flesh. It has a sweet aroma as it presses up against my face. I can't do anything. I can't even struggle. The flesh is that powerful. My world is clogged. I know that smell from somewhere. I'm drowning in the flesh. These are my last seconds alive. The sweet stench is overpowering me. I know that smell. I've smelt it all my life. This is my life. No. Before then. I've smelt that stench before now in some other... Christ. I'm getting the haunting. The flesh enveloping me. All of me openings filled with the meat and being killed by Vurt flesh. Vurt. I'm in a Vurt. Which one? Let me do a jerk out. The flesh of the thing wrapping me in fat. I've got no breath left. These are my last seconds. The thing... Christ! Hope it's not a yellow. Jerk out! I'm lying across the thing. Right in front of the fire. The thing's got his tentacles round me, squeezing. I can hardly breathe. Let me tell you, hardly is enough. At least it's stale, unhealthy, stash rider pad air that I'm breathing. That's enough. That is beautiful. I slide out of the thing's sleepy embraces, falling onto the pad floor. The carpet is most welcome, a real haven of bliss. Just then the telephone rang. It sounded harsh and ill against the murmurings of love, and I could tell it had bad news to give because the phone had been cut off, unpaid some 6 months ago. No way could it be ringing. I jumped up from the floor and I reached it on what seemed like the last ring. Scribble. The voice. Is that you, Desdemona? Scribble. Help me. Oh, Jesus. Desdemona. Help me, Scribble. Where are you? Find me. It hurts. The razor. Where are you, Des? Find a door. A curious house. What? Find a door. Get to me, Scribble. Get to me. Oh, Desdemona. Sister. Oh, sister. Where are you going? I had my ear pressed up hard against the phone, but there was nothing. Nothing there. Just a bad buzz on the line. And the silence in the room. And the petals falling. Falling from the face of the clock, making a carpet of flowers where I would lay myself down, forgetting all me troubles. All me troubles. It has been calculated by the calculators that one night can hold 6 dreams only. There is a colour for each. Blue is the colour of safe desires, legal dreaming. Black is the colour of bootleg vert, feathers of tenderness and pain, one sliver beyond the law. Pink is the colour of pornovurts, doorways to bliss. Cream is the colour of a used-up feather, one that has been drained of dreams. Only blue, black, and pink feathers go cream. You only get one trip per journey. Silver is the colour of the operators, those who work the feathers, making them, filming them, doing the remixes, opening doors. They are the toolkit feathers. And the game cat has a collection worth dying for. Yellow is the colour of death, and should be avoided at all costs. They are not for the weak. Yellows have no jerk-out facilities. Be careful. Be very, very careful. If you die in a yellow dream, you die in real life. The only way out is to finish the game. Day 2. I was watching the world through tears. Mandy and the beetle had emerged, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, from a damp bed, and were now taking late breakfast at the table. Mandy's cheeks were glowing like an ad. You know the kind of thing. Sex is good for you. Do it every day. This has been a government information message. Beetle was his usual self. Hair gelled, slicked back with Vaz. His Peter England shirt hot pressed to the limit. Both of them looked fruity from the afterglow of sex, and I just couldn't take it. Couldn't take the fresh love. The beetle was cleaning his gun at the table, smearing Vaz into the chambers. I guess he was doing it to impress the new girl. It worked. Is that real, B? Neat. Oh, like, wow. The beetle's gun was a joke, really. He'd bought it off some old acquaintance, a real bargain, he'd said. And that, what with the city turning the way it was, you could never be too careful. Of course, he'd never fired it. Never had need to. And after 2 weeks of carrying it everywhere, he'd slipped it into some hideaway, and that was that. Now it was out again, getting the full Vaz treatment, all for the sake of some tough new street girl. I wouldn't mind, but Mandy was my discovery. I'd found her, hanging around the Vurt stalls in the underground market. Eyes full of buzz and spark as she stroked the feathers, trying some on, just to the lips, falling under spells of violence and pain. And me, falling under the spell of her. So I'd asked her to join, become a stash rider. She made fun of the name, but still, I could see the need in her eyes. Maybe I was just trying to replace Des the easy way. Maybe we all get a little desperate at times. Maybe there are no easy ways. You two have a good night. I don't know why I said it, it just came out. They looked at each other. They smiled at each other. You think Bridget's going to like that? I asked, knowing full well that Brid would take a nail file to Mandy's eyes. God knows what she'd do to Beetle. Maybe she'd pour all her smoke into his head, working his brain up into a frenzy. They called it a shadow fuck. It was like doing skull shit with the lights on. The beetle shrugged. Bridget'll have to live with it. Where is the shadow girl, anyway? Mandy made the word shadow sound like some kind of bad disease. She slept in my room. Nice one, Stephen. It's not like that, B. Stephen? Is that Scribble's real name? Ah, how cute. B smiled. That's the way it is with Stevie, baby, Mandy. It's never like that, not with women. Piss off, B, and the name's Scribble. Maybe we should sell some bits off the thing, the Beetle said. No way, Beetle, no fucking way. Just bits off him. The Stash Rider wallet is empty. I can't wait till the next drip feed. Come on, Scribble, just an arm, or a leg, a chunk off that fat stomach. We need him, all of him. You know why, B. Desdemona, she... Big thing'll grow him back anyway, what's the loss? I'm getting desperate, B. I think Des is reaching out. She's alive, I know it. A warm light came into the Beetle's eyes. Sure thing, Scrib, she's alive. We'll find her, right, Mandy? You bet. They were just being good to me. I could live with that. Shall we go and see Tristan? Would that suit you, Scribble? Tristan? An old friend of mine. He's a spot-on guy. Sold me this gun. Knows all the stuff I've forgotten and then some. He'll have English voodoo, I said. Oh, he doesn't do Vurt anymore. He might know where to find some. He might know about Icarus Wing. I was getting some kind of hope back. At least we were moving. I just wanted to keep moving, keep the faith going. We could try. The Beetle smiled. That old Beetle smile. I was falling for him again. The Beetle was in command, and the world was looking rosier. Something always has to spoil the day. That bad something was somebody knocking at the door. Not the bell, ringing from far away from the ground floor. No, this was a close-up attack. The flat was rigged up to the in-house system, and only bona fide inhabitants could find a way past the door cam. Bypassing that system was a beauty, and only a cop could have managed it. A way-up cop. Beetle activated into jam mode, moving like a land speed record. First thing he did was slip the gun into his pocket, then turn to us. Get that fucker out of here. That fucker was the thing from outer space. It was still deep in feather dreams next to the fire. Mandy and I took each end of him like veterans and bundled him into the store cupboard. I got back to hear the Beetle talking to some presence through a 1-inch gap in the door. Certainly, officer. No problem. Please, come in. Feel free. A real-life cop walked into the living room. Not the shadow kind. This cop was flesh and blood, a collector's item. She had a curly perm. Yeah, that collectible. What's happening? She asked. There was a moment of silence. Over by the door stood the she-cop's partner, some mealy-mouthed flesh cop from hell. The Beetle shrugged. Nothing much. The two cops were wearing dangerous smiles. The boss spoke. Nice pad. I'd like to look around. Any time. You got a warrant? Do I need one, Mr. Beetle? And I have this thing about privacy. We have reason to believe that you are harbouring an alien presence. A what? A Vurt being. A live drug. Really? You know that's totally illicit. Is it? Beetle was playing it cool. The cop woman's eyes were all over the unused blues and played out creams that littered the floor. Beetle smiled. Nothing but the best. Strictly legal. She-cop nodded. Of course. Nothing but. She was looking all around the room searching for clues. I'm just warning you. Don't go upsetting the neighbours. There you go. Nosy bitch from next floor down. Dumbo partner finally spoke. Let's split, Murdoch. Just a bunch of wasted kids. Murdoch didn't look back at him. She just jabbed a long finger at Beetle like a weapon. I'm coming back for you. You got that? I got it. The door went shook behind him, closing with a comfort fix. Beetle was out of the cool in an instant. He popped 2 jammers and went straight for me and Mandy. What's this about a neighbour shit? His face was full up of anger. One long streak of hair had escaped the grip of Vaz and was swinging around against his powdered face like a black plant creeper. It was my fault, Mandy said. We got caught on the landing carrying the thing, I added. The Beetle hit me. Across the face. Felt like a hammer. The real kind, mind. Hardened steel with a hard wood handle. I took my hand away from my nose and there was blood on the fingers and the palm. That guy is going to suffer one day. And he would. But not at my hand. We were in jam mode, screaming down the back roads, all rattling round in the van, me, the Thing, Brid and Mandy. Beetle at the wheel, jammed up to the nines. The scenes of South Manchester sped past the black windows like a bad foreign movie. The Beetle had popped so many jammers, fear was just a bad memory. The man was on a demon trip and he was taking us with him. Brid was wide awake for once. It had been my job to wake her, which was like waking up a stone, some dead lump of inanimate matter. Man, she'd screamed at me, and then, whilst the half-dead world came rushing back, she called for Beetle's blood, promising slow tortures. I'd had to slap her. She slapped me back, which hurt. Which hurt the both of us. Then I'd half-kicked her down the stairs into the van, and then back for the Thing from outer space. It was Mandy and I, of course, left with the task of carrying the Thing. This time we covered him in a blanket, and the journey down the stairs went like a dream, until Twinkle showed up. "Is that you, Mr. Scribble?" "Oh, get lost, kid." "Mr. Scribble, that's not fair." Twinkle was a blue-eyed, sweet kid of 10, with a patchwork bob of hair, as blonde as the day was doomed. I loved her dearly, except that she was a total pain, and a bit of a nutflake. "What's under the blanket, Mr. Scribble?" "It's that alien from space, isn't it?" Twinkle lived on the first floor, the child of a 3-parent family, man, woman, hermaphrodite. "It's just Bridget under here, we can't wake her up." "No way, I saw you kicking Brid down just before. You got an illegal alien." "I wouldn't mind an alien of my own. Can I be in your gang?" "Can I, Mr. Scribble? Can I be a junior stash rider?" She was always after this. "No, you bloody can't. Now get out of here." Twinkle looked at me for a couple of seconds, and then took a slow, toe-scuffing walk back down the corridor towards the door of her flat. First off, we checked out the Vurt you want for signs of Seb. The manager, a paper-thin wisp of a girl, told us that Sebastian hadn't shown up for work that morning, and that, as of now, he was off the payroll anyway, for bringing the cops down on him, and that Vurt you want was a peace-loving company, and that kind of employee just didn't fit in with their current business vision. She gave us his address from the employee file, and we drove the van out of there, West Didsbury, only to find that Seb wasn't in, and that he hadn't been home since last night. Now we were heading down the Princess Road towards Bottletown and Tristan, away from the bad dream of Murdoch and the cops. It wasn't that bad. Maybe. Not to my mind. Just a dumb cop out on a limb, looking for easy pickings. Beetle thought otherwise. That Murdoch bitch will be back, no kidding. She's got that look, that hunger. Believe me. Then he turned to the new girl. "You ever been down a bottle, Mandy? You'll love it. It's real scary." "Beetle, you're a twat," Bridget announced. "I heard you last night." "Oh, and here's me trying to keep it quiet. It would have been worse otherwise." Brid threw Mandy a bullet stare. "I know what you're thinking." Mandy hid her face behind the latest copy of GameCat. She was on some kind of crash course in home study, no doubt trying to get within loving distance of Beetle. "I'm looking at you," said Brid, her dark eyes brooding on Mandy. Mandy looked nervous, just for a moment. Her eyes flicked over to the Beetle and back to Brid. Brid had her best smoky stare on. Mandy braved it. "It's good you know, then. Beetle feels the same." Beetle said nothing. New girl had everything to learn about the man. "Maybe now you leave us alone." A groove of pain appeared across Mandy's brow. That's how it started. Beads of sweat running down her face, her mouth tightened. "Beetle?" Christ, Brid was doing the shadow fuck. Mandy was holding her hands to her head. Her face creased up with the pain. "Beetle, what's she doing? Help me!" I shouted, "Brid, leave her alone." Did no good. Beetle didn't even look round to see the action. Maybe he knew just how far Bridget would go before deciding that the message was home. Maybe. "Get the fuck off! Fucking shadow bitch!" Bridget was smiling. "You know what they say, new girl? Pure is poor." Mandy went for her, claws out, tripping over the Thing, and I was just watching the mess, thinking, why is life like this? Why the fuck is life like this? Beetle poured the van into Moss Lane East. Brid and Mandy rolled off the thing and into a corner clinch. I couldn't say a thing, but the Beetle was on hand. "Quit the fucking! We're here!" Indeed we were. Beetle swung the van into a parking space marked "No Go." The van jolted to a vicious halt, sending Mandy and Brid back into the embrace of the thing. The 6 tentacles wrapped themselves round Bridget. It was a loving embrace. Mandy scrambled away from the mess, breathing hard. "Fuck that! Fuck it! Fuck it! I just don't need that, okay?" The Beetle turned back to look at the women. "My bed is warm and wide, and life is short. Is that clear?" Mandy spoke. "Clear." Bridget said nothing. Her eyes were closing to the pain. She was moving deeper into the thing's enveloping body, gathering comfort from the deep shadows there. Beetle twisted further round to look me sideways in the eye. "Let's go, Scribble." "You scared?" "No." "You should be. Pures don't go down a bottle." "Let's go." "No options. Know what I mean, Scrib?" "Sure. Sometimes you just get no options. Even when you're as pure as the rain and your life is just a wet kiss on the glass." "But we can't take the thing, B. It's too dangerous. We need him too much. One of us will have to stay." "That's right, Scrib. That's why you're staying here." "Beetle?" "No options." "It's my trip, B. I know what we're after." "And I know this place. Your battle's to come, Scrib." Mandy opened the back doors. "Let's do it, B." Beetle turned back to Bridget. She was lying in the arms of the alien. "You got anything to say to me, Brid?" His voice had some kind of feeling in it. Tenderness. Just a trace. Bridget lifting her head slightly from the arms of the thing. "It's your game, Beetle." And then I got it. She wasn't talking, she was thinking. I'd picked up the path between them. The Beetle answered, "That's right. My game." Beetle got out of the van and went round to the back doors, where Mandy was waiting for him. He leaned into the van to talk to me. "You look after things this side. I'm doing this for you, Scribble. Remember?" "I remember." "And for Desdemona." "I remember." Exchange mechanisms. Sometimes we lose precious things. Friends and colleagues, fellow travellers in the Vurt. Sometimes we lose them. Even lovers we sometimes lose. And get back things in exchange. Aliens, objects, snakes, and sometimes even death. Things we don't want. This is part of the deal. Part of the game deal. All things in all worlds must be kept in balance. Kittlings often ask, who decides on the swappings? Now then, some say it's all accidental, that some poor Vurt thing finds himself too close to a door at too crucial a time, just when something real is being lost. Whoosh! Swap time. Others say some kind of overseer is working the mechanisms of exchange, deciding the fate of innocence. The cat can only tease at this, because of the big secrets involved, and because of the levels between you, the listener, and me, the game cat. Hey, listen, I've struggled to get where I am today. Why should I give you the easy route? Get working, Kittlings. Reach up higher. Work the Vurt. Just remember Hobart's rule. R equals V, plus or minus H, where H is Hobart's constant. In the common tongue, any given worth of reality can only be swapped for the equivalent worth of virtuality, plus or minus 0.267125 of the original worth. Yes, my Kittlings, it's not about weight, or volume, or surface area, it's about worth. How much the lost ones count in the grand scheme of things. You can only swap back those that add up to something within Hobart's constant.
We have prostrated ourselves at the feet of Goddess Vurt, and we must accept the sacrifice. You'll want them back, of course, your lost and lonely ones. You'll cry out for them all through the dark and empty nights. Swap back can be made, but the way is full of knives, glued up doors, pathways of glass. Only the strong can make it happen. Listen up. Be careful. Be very, very careful. You have been warned. This comes from the heart. The Beetle and Mandy walking on a path of glass. The noise of a window cracking in the afternoon. A spectrum of colours radiating out from the sun as it flared above the high-rises. The light refracting through moisture suspended in the air. The shimmering air. A million pieces of the sun shining on the walkways. Beetle and Mandy disappearing into the rainbow mirage. I followed them as best I could, moving up to the front seat for a better look. From every direction the crystal-sharp segments of smashed-up wine bottles and beer bottles and gin bottles caught and magnified every stray beam of Manchester light. The whole of Bottletown shone and glittered like a broken mirror of the brightest star. Such is beauty in the midst of the city of tears. In Bottletown even our tears flicker like jewels. Bottletown had only been round 10 years or so. Some kind of urban dream. In waves, people had moved in and moved out, leaving the place to the non-pure, hybrids only need apply. About a year later, the council opened a pair of bottle banks on the outskirts of the town, one for the white glass, one for the green. The nice people from the outlying districts would come there, just to the edge of dirtiness, in order to drop their evidence of excessive alcohol intake. The council stopped emptying the bottle banks, and anybody walking there had to sink into a bed of pain just to get near the good times. On one of the nearby walls, someone had scrawled the words, "Pure is poor." But I was watching Beetle and Mandy rise above all that, walking the stairwells, one by one, heading for the 4th floor. They would vanish from sight and then come back into view as they reached each landing. It was a rhythmic picture and I was lulled by it. I saw them for a moment just before they entered a 4th staircase, and then they were gone, and my eyes jerked up to the next landing, waiting for them. Waiting for them to reappear. Minutes passed, with no sign. And then Mandy was running along the 4th corridor, some stranger chasing her. I was out of the van in seconds, glass cutting through me trainers, as I raced towards the ground floor entrance. Lift wasn't working, so what's new? I took the stairs 3 at a time. I could already hear Mandy's cries, even from down there, that low, and I didn't have a weapon. No gun, no knife, just these 2 weak arms, these legs, pounding up the stairs, 2nd landing, racing upwards, towards the noise, falling onto the 3rd landing, out of breath, sweat pouring off me. Get up, dumb fuck, keep going. Next stairs, I could hear Beetle's voice now, calling out in defiance. I was running through the feelings, struggling to find courage, and my left ankle was throbbing with a piercing ache. Don't start on me now, old wound. There was a fight going on just beyond the stairwell, and I managed to pull myself back, holding on to fear. I glanced round the corner, taking it all in. The Beetle was down. He was down on the floor, his arms clutched round his head. 3 men were laying into him with kicks to the head, the chest and the back. The men had that death-warmed-up look so popular with the younger robo-goth, all plastic bones shining proudly through tight, pale skins. A woman was overseeing the attack. She had smoke coming off her, dark swirls of mist rising from her skin, just like Bridget when she was roused. Shadow goth. Mandy's voice was echoing down the walkway, all the curses of the young and strong. Then she came into my field of vision, being dragged along by another 2 robo-goths. The woman had black webs over her eyes, and she was chanting a black litany. Pure is poor, kill the pure. Mandy screamed in pain as the goths flung her against the wall and held her tight there. The Beetle and Mandy were out there, still fighting, and all I could do was cling to the shadows of a dead lift shaft, holding back the urge to run, to jerk out, except that this wasn't theatre. This wasn't a feather trip. Real life, like Yellow Feathers, has no jerk-out facility. This is why the 2 are so alike.
A slithering noise at me feet. The Shadow Goth said, "I'm getting the tingle of another pure one, my brothers. Pure is coming." Shadow Goth had heard me thinking. Christ, girl must have a heavy shadow to think round corners into the darkness. I watched them from my depths, turning towards the darkness where I buried myself. Their robo eyes were glinting with red lights, and the Shadow Goth had eyes of smoke, which were looking into my soul, seeing the fear there. The slithering was so loud now, I just had to glance down. Dream snake! Violet and green whisperings, snake seeking out me wound. It must have been the panic and the fear that sent me spinning into a vision of myself catching spikes between me teeth, spitting them loose, snapped in two, taking up a long-handled hammer against the mighty weight of the nail gunners. Shit! I felt good. Done this low-level blue some years previous, but here it was again in me brain and totally featherless. Vurt was called Spike Attack, and usually I ended up dead from the spikes, one in each eye, but now I felt good, well good, and I wanted to take on the world, especially some thin-bodied smoke girl and her rusting robo-nerds. I stepped out of the shadows, kicking at the snake at the same time. It landed some 4 feet off, directly under the feet of one of the robo-goths. He jumped back from the snake, losing his balance. Goth was falling. He looked a bad mess on the floor. This was me, Scribble, hero of Spike Attack, coming to the rescue. Some kind of fool. The snake was withering from the spiked-up strength of me kick, but somewhere between there and my reaching the fray, the Vurt dropped away and I felt a distant pain somewhere, far off. And then I realised it was me cheekbone. A fist, like iron, had smashed into it, and then another, to the left eye, and I was down and thinking, this isn't me. I'm not like this. Last time I had a fight, I was 13 years old. It was me dad doing the beating, and I got hammered. This was some heavy kind of real life, and it hurt, like a knife blow. Even more so because the glass shards were breaking me skin as I pressed myself into the floor, seeking relief. Found none. The girl's monkey boots swung back for another attack, and I was thinking, all I want to do is be in Vurt forever. Life's too much for me. I can't stand the pain. That boot never made it. There was a sharp cry of pain, and then a hard crack, and it wasn't me. It was nothing to do with me. I rolled over into a sitting-up position. Through a haze of blood, I saw Mandy pulling the goth girl back, away from my tender features. 2 of the robo-goths were nursing painful wounds. Man, I loved that girl just then, and I wished her total happiness, and forevermore. The beetle had grabbed hold of a stray ankle. He was twisting it all around until you could hear the plastic bones cracking. I was on my feet again, and the battle was turning. Shadow Goth pulled out a knife, the blade of the knife catching fragments of colours as it moved back and forth in the hands of a woman over a walkway of broken glass. Mandy moved back from the knife. Beetle lifted the leg of the robo-goth up with a fierce jerk so that the sad fucker fell back against the hard brick wall. Shadow Goth swung the knife round to face him. Beetle just laughed at her. She thrust forwards, the blade glittering. It entered Beetle's flesh, the left side of his stomach. He fell back, his mouth open, his eyes wide and staring. He clutched at the wound with his hands. Mandy went for the shadow. That new girl was proving herself. The blade came back round in a circle of colours. Mandy made a perfect move backwards, away from the slice, except that the robo-goth was waiting for her. He wrapped his arms round her body, pulling her back. The shadow goth moved in, holding the knife tight against Mandy's throat. The beetle was slumped against the wall, and I was the only one left to save the day. Hey, fuckers, you better leave my friends alone. The shadow goth laughed. The game's over, little man. Oh, fuck. Game's over. Just then a door opened, some 2 flats down, and a man stepped through. His hair was a long, thick net of grease, leading straight back into the doorway. Guy was beautiful. He had a dog on a long lead. The dog reached out with a vicious set of jaws, took a loud snap, came up with that errant dream snake in its jaws. The dog swallowed it in a quick gulp. The goths looked back at the white guy with the jungle hair and the dog from hell. The beetle called from where he lay, "Tristan, my man!" Then the jungle hair. The fun's over. He had a shotgun cocked and ready, and a dog cocked and ready. No contest. The room was thick with haze and a jungle of hair. We were all safe and sound inside a 407, the home of Tristan. His girlfriend, Suze, was bathing our wounds with some herbal concoction. It smelt like the ripest fruit, but tasted like wine, and it touched our cuts with a sweet hand. Tristan had lodged his shotgun against the door jamb, just in case. Now he was mixing up a lethal brew in a stoneware pot. Suze dropped some seeds in there as well. It gave off a dense pall of smoke, and the smell was wondrous to the senses. Tristan smiled. "Take a good sniff of that, me beauties." So we breathed deeply of it, as the gunmetal blue mist filled the room. And straight away I was into paradise land, touched by angels, caressed by spirits. Tristan ran his fingers through the smoke that was rising in thick waves from the herb jars. I looked at Susie. Her look was cool, serene, like she'd lived through some bad things but was now on the other side. It was the eyes that got you. They had a soft golden glow to them. This woman was affecting me. Maybe this smoke was getting to me. Through the haze, I saw that Mandy was flat out on the floor, wrapped up in the dog. His paws were all over her. Beetle saw too. "That's one big robo dog, Tristan." "Carly? She's just a puppy." "A puppy? That was the biggest dog I'd ever seen." "What brings you round, Beetle?" "What else, Tristy? Drugs." "What kind?" "Got some nice Mexican haze in. You're breathing it right now." "I'm looking for some good vert, my man." "Now, you know that's not really my trip. Not these days. I'm into natural things now. Vert isn't natural. We're looking for English voodoo." Tristan went quiet then. He tugged for a few seconds at his hair. Suze felt the tug and responded in the same way, tugging back on the plaits that joined them. They were twinned crusties, sharing the same haircut. 6 feet of thick entwined hair stretched between them, and you couldn't see where one ended and the other began. Over the years their hair had knotted and knotted hard until separation was an unthinkable torture. They would walk the world together, never more than 6 feet apart. Now there's love for you. At last Tristan shook his head. "English voodoo fucks. It leads to bad things." This was too much for me. "Someone good," I said. "Desdemona." Suze asked, "Who's Desdemona?" "Scribble's sister," replied Beetle. "We lost her to the voodoo." Tristan nodded. I get it. Swap back time. It doesn't work, Beetle. I've never known it to work." "Only a fool goes into English voodoo," said Suze. The robo puppy had come up close to me, licking me face. I was doing my best to discourage her, but that dog just kept licking. Suze smiled. "Carly likes you." I was covered in dog spit now, so I couldn't argue. "Tell us, Scribble." Something in Suze's voice got to me. Some kind of recognition. Like I'd known her for ages, without ever meeting. What was that feeling? Beetle looked at me. "You'd better tell the story, Scrib. You're better at it than I am." So I told him. It went like this. Brother and sister, walking it home from a club. Vanless, way past the last bus time, no money for an ex-cab. We were halfway down the Wimslow Road when we heard a screaming. A woman screaming. And we took that walk right into a fist fight. A guy was clutching a woman, shaking her. She was screaming over and over, face twisted towards the indifferent traffic. "Get off me! Stop hitting me! He's hitting me! Get him off me!" Desdemona turns. "I think we should do something." "Oh, wow. Like, thanks, sister." "What's going on here?" I'm doing my best to sound cool and hard, totally failing. Black guy answers. "Well, we just found this woman, man. We was just driving along." His car was parked just forward a small way, one wheel mounted up on the pavement. Another guy, a white one, was hunched up in the driving seat. There was a woman in the back seat, and she was kind of rocking, back and forth like a snake victim. "She was screaming by the road," the black guy said. "Just screaming, Desdemona shook her head. "He's lying." "I'm not fucking lying." I think we got him riled, because just then the woman found a way out of his arms. She ran straight into the road, banging on cars as they passed her by, scared faces peering out. Help me! Help me! Nobody stopped. Who the hell stops these days? The black guy was just standing round, hopping from foot to foot, building his anger up. White guy just sitting there in the car chewing gum. Desdemona had opened the back door. Now she was reaching in to help the swaying woman, searching through the handbag. Girl's in a bad way. She's feathered up on something. I can't move her. What are you doing, sister? I'm looking for an address. I think these men are using her. Big deal, sis. There's a bad guy out here. Keep him off, Scrib. Well, thanks for that. Like how? The black guy was up close now, waving his fists around, close enough to do damage to a soft face. Sound of a cop van in the distance, fists faltering. Sometimes, don't you just love the cops, despite the fact that they've hurt some good friends of yours? Because sometimes, just occasionally, they turn up in the right place at just the right time. Don't you just love them for that? Cop sirens sounding, and the black stepped back a small step, then another. Then he was running, out of there. White guy started the car engine. Desdemona was half in, half out of the car. I found something. The car started to move off and Des was thrown out, hard to the pavement. The siren bursting in my brain as the cop van pulls up in front of the car, wheels squealing, blocking the escape. And although my sister's body was on the floor, although she was obviously in pain and the sun wasn't even awake yet, never mind rising, still I could see her grasping tight hold of something. It was feathery and it was glinting yellow as it passed through the air towards her pocket. What have you got there? What you got there, sweet sister? Must be a beauty. If only I'd known then. If only. Desdemona and I, back in the Rusholme Gardens, fingering the feather. The Beetle and Bridget were out for the night and the morning, travelling in the van, visiting a down south Vurt fest, gathering contacts and suppliers. The cops had taken some details, pronounced us innocent. We were back home, and it was all ours. The flat, the feather, the love. Wonder what it's called. Desdemona let the feather's yellow lights shine under the table lamp. The feather was 70% black, 20% pink, 10% yellow. There was a pale space on the shaft where somebody had peeled the label off. Plug us in, Des. No way, not on our own. She was following the Beatles' rules. Nobody goes in alone, just in case it gets real bad in there. Go on. We got each other, what can go wrong? This I will never forgive. Beatles doing it, Des. Right at this moment, down south. Come on, sister, he's at a Vurt fest with Bridget. Of course he's doing it. He's in Vurtland right now. We'd never done a yellow before, Scrib. This was true. Yellows were ultra rare. Low-lifers just didn't come across them. It's not a full yellow, it's just got some yellow in it. Look, a tiny amount, it's safe. She gazed at the feather for a full minute, saying nothing, just drinking in the rainbow of colours, and then finally, let's do it, Scrib. And she looked at me, with those eyes made out of plums, juicy plums, as I stole the feather from her hands. Some things just seemed bound. We went down together, sister and brother, falling into Vurt, watching the credits roll. Welcome to English Voodoo. Expect to feel pleasure. Knowledge is sexy. Expect to feel pain. Knowledge is torture. Last time I saw my sister, she was falling through a hole in the garden, clutched at by yellow weeds, cut by thorns, screaming my name out loud. A small yellow feather was fluttering at her lips. The room, in silence. Later that day. Hours of smoke uncounted, but now the mist was drifting apart, revealing tiny fragments of the real world. These little glimpses stung the eye like needles. I could no longer tell the tale. Its telling was too much for me. I was shaking from the memories. Desdemona was aching in my heart. Tristan broke the mood. You found another feather in there, is that what you're saying? I just nodded. It was a yellow feather? Yeah, small and yellow, totally yellow. It was beautiful. And you lost your sister there? Yeah. And got what in return? I don't know what it is, some kind of Vurt alien. We call him the Thing. Tristan nodded. The rates of exchange are complex. Nobody really knows how they work. Only that a constant balance has to be kept between this world and the Vurt world. Both worlds must always contain the same worth. The thing can't be as worthy as Des. Just can't be. In his own world, the thing is loved just as much. Everything adds up. The game cat tells you this. Believe me, the game cat knows. What do you know? Tristan looked over at Suze before answering. Your sister took curious yellow. Oh, Christ. Even the beetle was aroused, out of haze slumber. Curious yellow? Holy shit, we're fucked, Scribble baby. Curious yellow was often talked about, never seen, never felt. It was up there, in the higher echelons, where the demons and the gods lived. Nobody pure could ever touch it. But Desdemona had touched it, tasted it, and now she was no more of this world, and the chances of getting her back were falling rapidly to 0. Tristan spoke. Most probably she's dead, Scribble. No, she talks to me. She's alive. She's in there somewhere. She's calling to me. What can I do, Tristan? Give up. Is that what you did? I could tell that I'd got to him. He'd lost somebody. He'd been there. In the voodoo. Lost somebody to the curious. I could see the pain in his eyes like a mirror. There's no hope, believe me, I've tried. Beetle asked it. So you won't help us? Tristan stared at Beetle. Then he turned away, towards Suze. He was running his hands through their junk hair, almost like he was testing, just to see if she was still there, attached, safe. The first drifts of darkness showed through the flat's windows, and I was thinking about Bridget and the thing, and how I should get back there, see how they were doing, and how everything was over, and another night without love. Well, cheers, mate, said the beetle. I guess the guy was looking out for me. Tristan didn't look at him. Carly will see you home. Walking along a gangway, like on a tall ship, concrete ship, miles above the sea of glass. Me, Beetle, Mandy, Tristan and Suze. Oh yeah, and the dog, Carly. Great slavering fur metal beast, stretched out, taut, at the end of Suze's leash. Tristan carrying his gun, just for show, really. Who's going to touch him? Because they know what will be coming then. And 2 robo-dogs, left back in the flat, Carly's parents, looking after the homestead. Night coming down. No one talking much. Each still strung out on wisps of herb. Just enough to make the world seem kind of beautiful. Even this place. And I was thinking, well, perhaps all is well. And Brid and the thing will be glad to greet us. And we don't need this old crusty anyway. We were the stash riders, and Desdemona was one of us, and we would be back together just as soon as I got me shit together. We'd reached the bottom of the stairs, and we could smell fire in the air. Dogs were howling all through the Bottletown night. Mandy sniffed the air. What's that? Suze answered. Some jokers, don't worry. Happens every night, added Tristan. They love to burn things. They call themselves the Tortures. Crazy tribe. It'll be some waste bin. But I knew. But I fucking knew it. We turned the corner of a dead lift shaft into the car park, and there was our lovely stash-mobile in a shroud of flames. Burning. Burning. The van, a forest of fire. No one could live through that. No one. Low-level shadow girl and an alien from Vurt. Gone to the flames. Midnight. A drift of smoke. The van, a pile of metal bones, blistered leatherette, melted rubber. My mind burned just sitting there on a vandalised bench watching the van's corpse slowly fading. The beetle had smeared his driving gloves with a full tube of Vaz, and then he'd gone up close to the dying flames, grabbed the back door handle, wrenched it loose. The door swung open, letting out a thick cloud of smoke. I'd watched the beetle brave the smoke and the heat, thinking what a good guy he was. Then he turned away from the van and walked towards me. His face was soot-blackened. They're not there, Scribble. I just looked at him. They're not there. It's empty. Bottletown kids, laughing and dancing in the orange night, and me just sitting on a broken-down car park bench, thinking about the world, and getting licked to fuck by a mixed-up pile of dog flesh and plastic named a Carly. Shards of glass under me feet, the colour of dreams. In Bottletown. Even our tears flicker like jewels. Day 3. Rain was falling, Manchester rain. We listened to its soft drum beats against the window. Beetle's eyes were full of the rain, and some drops of it fell down his cheeks, like tears. Except that all the windows were closed, so how could the rain get in? Even the window that never closed was stuffed with an old t-shirt, so how come the rain was rolling down his cheeks like that? Maybe it was tears. Maybe the beetle had found tears. And that felt good. It felt so good. Bring me my van of burning desire. How I missed that chariot, and all who ride in her. The beetle had stolen a cheap car just to get us home, but it was a pale substitute. The van was a good friend, now gone. The robo-dog was licking at me trainers. What's the dog doing here? I asked. Susie gave the dog to you, don't you remember? Said the beetle. Where's Mandy? She went out. I think we had an argument. The flower clock shed a petal. It floated in a zigzag pattern, driven by sighs down to the carpet. Beetle, where are the thing and Brid? I don't know, it's getting bad. The beetle saying that, with such an ache to his voice, I was getting a new picture of the main guy. He was a man without dreams. He dreamt other people's dreams through the feathers. That was the beetle's obsession. He had nothing else. I realised that my eyes had closed. When I opened, the beetle was close. He took my body in his hands, wrapping me in his black frock coat. It felt so good. Like a family, I guess. I didn't know where to go. What now, beetle? I don't know, Scribble. I just don't know. The flat door opened with a soft breath, and Mandy stepped into the room. Her face was flushed with pleasure. I found Icarus' wing. I was coming in the lips of Venus. She had green hair all round her milky white face, eyes so bright I was nearly blinded, and it was like shooting stars into the mouth of a goddess. And where the seamen landed, against the cloth of night, the planets and the stars were falling there. I was making planets with me cock, coming on like God in heat. It took 6 nights to come the whole universe. On the 7th night I rested, with a giant spliff, some wine, and a screaming headache album, and a packet of biscuits, arrowroot biscuits. Felt like sitting inside someone's head, which it was. The final credits rolled. You have been dreaming Godhead, starring Cinderzo Juniper and Tom Jasmine. Over this, they were playing the national anthem. This is the land that I love, and here I'll stay. Brought to you by the Chimera Corporation, directed by Maeve Blunt, produced by Hercules Smith. Me and the beetle, Mandy between us, was sitting on the back row surrounded by snogging couples, triples, multiples, a splattering of loners in love with fingers. Carly the robo bitch was lying on the floor between me legs. Script by Byron Shanks, lighting by Jules Bulb. People were getting up to leave the shimmy, pulling the pink feathers out of their mouths, dropping them on the parquet. Sound by Cher Foner, edited by Icarus Wing. Mandy, I love ya! B was hugging her to his chest. Her hands were playing over his lap. I loved her too. Felt like me cock was on fire. Mandy had found Icarus. She'd gone back to Seb's flat, found him in, forced the knowledge out of him. Don't ask how, no matter. The game was on. Icarus didn't talk much. Hardly any. He was fat like a pig, and he could hardly squeeze into that dark room with the rest of us tight packed in there as well. He poured shimmy mist through a viewer, eyes open for good bits. You got some good stuff for us, the beetle said to him. I could feel the beetle's arousal, through the talk, and my own, matching him and Mandy's. The small room was dripping, lit by a red light. Sex was everywhere. No response from the shimmeographer. He just kept blowing that spool. Me, I had my eye on the glass tank above the mixing desk. A violet and green shape lay curling there, rolling out its tongue like an offering. Keep that tongue to yourself, Snake Breath. The beetle was speaking. Seb told us you got some English voodoo, that right? Icarus pushed the feather further into the deck. My left ankle started to ache and throb, like it had a hard-on, remembering the twin bite of the fangs. The editor was busy with the roller, looked like he'd found something. Mandy asked it, "What you got?" Icarus looked over at her. "Come see." Mandy bent low, putting her eyes to the viewer. She looked in there, close up, for maybe a full minute. During that time, the dream snake did a complete reef knot of movement. Each slither brought another bead of sweat to my flesh. My left leg was stinging. Mandy shook her head. "Nothing, I can't see nothing." "You need to look close, real close." "It's just smoke, there's nothing there." "I'm turning mist into vurt. That's my job. Not even that this time. I'm just cutting bits out, chopping out the bad bits, making it suitable. I'm making it legal. That's my job." "Not much of a job, is it?" No answer to that. None at all. We just waited, in the silence, while the shimmeographer focused in on the errant scene. Beetle tapped the tank. "This is one big snake. You really wouldn't want that snake to get loose, would you?" Icarus wasn't fazed. He reached up and clicked one catch on the tank, then the other. The lid raised up slow and sexy, like a breath exhaling. The dream snake unwrapped itself eagerly. I stepped back slightly, just slightly, trying to control myself. My leg hurt was stinging. "Is there something wrong with the boy?" asked Icarus. Mandy shook her head. "Ignore him. Tell us what you see." The shimmeographer jerked the mist to a frozen standstill. "There she is, offending article, this bit here. The hero's stabbing his father with a kebab skewer through the eye. You just can't show that. Not in a porno, Vurt. It's a passion killer. Cut that fucker." Icarus reached inside of the tank and grabbed the dream snake by the neck. It writhed around like a whiplash crack, but he had it between his fingers, and with the other hand he reached for a small ball hammer. He pushed it into a jar of paste, coating the hammerhead with sap. This was the squeezed-out flowers of snakeweed, the only known cure for dream snake bite. It grew on the plains of Utanka, an obscure high-level vert. Icarus gently tapped the ball of the hammer on the top of the snake's head. The head proceeded to droop as the slit eyes glazed over. We watched as that snake took a vicious bite out of the dream. Icarus lifted it away from the mist, and the two streams of smoke coalesced into a new state. A clean state. "That's better. Feels clean now." Icarus stepped closer to me. There were yellow flecks in his eyes, which seemed to glow brighter as he held the snake up to me face. I stumbled back, knocking against the feather bank. Streams of mist were pouring out of it, choking the room. "What's wrong, young man? Don't you like snakes?" "Get it off me!" Icarus waved the snake in front of me nose. "I'm in control. I'm the boss of snakes." "Scribble had an unfortunate incident," the beetle told Icarus. "Some years ago now, just can't get over it." "Oh, he was bit by one." "I knew it. You got the vert inside you, boy." "Not me." And I was drawn back. Back. Through the years, the months, like time was streaked with vase. Something was stirring. I was 17 years old. There was a red sun that day, I remember, and the trees were full of starlings. I was lying in the grass of Platt Fields with a girl named Desdemona. She was my sister, 15 years old, but I loved her a lot. Too much. More than is good. More than is legal. She was stretched out and hot, and my right hand was stroking her leg, way up, and she was smiling. She moved her head slightly and her lips were touching mine. I had a hard-on. Hard-on for a sister. 5 seconds later she was touching the hard-on through me pants, then was up on top of me. Her hair, a blonde halo against the scarlet sun, and I was caressing the dragon tattoo on her upper arm. If father should find us. Imagine, she said that. She actually said that. Not Vurt or robo, real words. From a real mouth. Her twin lips like two halves of a dream, slightly parted. Her cunt was pressed against me cock, and the world was pretty. Don't let's talk about Dad, I answered. He scares me, Scribble. I'll always look out for you. The two of us laughing then. I remember that, before those lips descended to mine, and we were sealed. Some things you just can't destroy, and this memory is one of them. She kissed me, a raging, full-on contact. The sun was blocked out, my eyes were shut, her hair fell against me cheeks, and lights danced in me eyes. I was in honey. I felt the pleasure build all the way through me, even down to the ankles, me left ankle especially for some reason. The pleasure just there was intense, like I'd never felt before. Next thing, Desdemona was screaming, and the pleasure turned into pain. She jumped off me, turning to see the colours flashing. I jerked up, pulled by the fire in me leg, and saw the dream snake feeding there. Twin fangs clamped shut round me ankle, and the sun was a blister in me vision. I opened my eyes to the barking of a robo-dog. Mandy had Carly by a taut lead, the bitch's muzzle inches from the dream snake in Icarus's hand. The beetle was saying, "You deliver the goods, Icarus. English voodoo, or the snake gets it." Every morning the game cat opens his big sack. Oh, my kittlings, all those letters. It's lucky the game cat has such a large brain, good drugs, and all the time in the universe to spend on helpful hints. Oh, all your problems, how on earth do you live down there? Real life seems so physical these days, so very meaty. And the one subject that transfixes you more than any other? How can I get higher? How can I get out of this hole? How can I get to live like the cat? In other words, let me get my hands on some knowledge feathers. Where can I buy some English voodoo, some talking bush, some megahead, or any of the other knowledge feathers that may or may not exist? The cat has said it 1,000 times, you don't buy knowledge, you earn knowledge. Still, the letters flood in. So let it be said once and for all, knowledge Vurt is for the few, not the herd. They are multicoloured steps on a ladder of dreams. They are made by the heavenly for their own enjoyment. They are dangerous to the innocent. That's you, little kittling. Comprende? They can't be bought. If someone offers to sell you one, believe me, it's a fake. It's a pirate copy. Pirates don't give knowledge. They just steal your money and bring you grief. Because invariably these cheapo mixes are infested with vipers. And if you don't know what vipers are, you shouldn't be within 1,000 miles of knowledge Vurt. This is your final warning. Beetle poured his vase into another lock, and we drove a cheap bust-up Ford back to base. We were feeling pretty high, what with the afterglow of the sex shimmy and the voodoo feather held tight in me fingers. There was laughter and craziness in the car, and every street lamp brought a dazzle to the knowledge feather. It was black, pink and gold in me hands, and the gold was the most beautiful. We rode into Rusholme Gardens like warriors. Twinkle was waiting for us. She'd got into the flat somehow, through the tight security. She was sitting on the couch, super cool, chewing on a choc, you fat. "Scribble, get that baby out of here," the beetle said. Well, I tried, but I failed miserably. The kid wasn't budging. It was like someone had smeared her arse with anti-vaz. Twinkle smiled. "I'm in the gang now. I've swapped with Bridget." Mandy started to laugh. "Let's do it, B." And then the beetle was moving to the table, stroking Vaz into the flight to the voodoo feather. And then he stroked it into Mandy's mouth. Try this for size. "Oh, God, I'm melting." She took it like a robo-pro. Then Beetle moved over towards Twinkle. "Beetle, it's too high for her. She wants in, Scribble, she gets in." Twinkle's mouth was open, ready to accept the gift. Beetle stroked the young girl. I could see him getting off on it. "Go easy, Beetle. Mandy, help me." But Mandy was gone, riding the feather. And then the Twinkle was gone, the same trip, just me and the bee left. My lips were parted to speak in protest, except that he pushed the feather between them, and I was riding it as well, riding good, down to the wet source, and I could feel the credits rolling, just like all that time ago with Desdemona at my side. And then I was gone, falling towards the garden. Welcome to English Voodoo. Expect to feel pleasure. Knowledge is sexy. Expect to feel pain. Knowledge is torture. The garden was serene and beautiful, quintessentially English, just like I remembered, with burbling fountains and a mass of flowers growing wild, overflowing their beds. The Beetle and Mandy were walking hand in hand through the flowers, like young lovers do. Twinkle was breaking off a flower head, bringing it to her nostrils. She was smiling, feeling the perfume stroking her. Carly Dog was chasing butterflies through the briar patches, getting covered in petals. Shit, Beetle had stroked the robo dog too. No matter, we were all there, having a good time. Knowledge was seeping from the flowers like the breath of pollen. The world was blissful. It took all I had just to keep from drifting away. I was looking for the gardeners, the ones Desdemona and I had joined the last time, or the bird in the trees, but the garden was empty. Just us stash riders in there, wandering amongst the flowers. The garden was empty. It didn't feel right. A movement in the grass, down at my feet. A violet and green slithering amongst the grasses and the stalks. Dream snake. Beetle? Too late. The snake rising up from the grass, filling the garden with his whiplash body. Snake eyes staring at me. Beetle, there's a viper in here. Feather's not real. It's a pirate. Beetle was too far gone to care, and the snake was laughing at me. It's worse than real. You're under arrest, kid. Is that real enough for you? I pulled away from that vicious face, looking for the Beetle and Mandy, and Twinkle and Carly. All I saw were four wavering shapes as they jerked out together. And then I was following them, jerking back, and the garden faded into a patch of weed blackness. The she-cop Murdoch was smiling down at me. Her dumb fuck partner was standing 2 feet off near the bathroom door, obscuring my Madonna poster. A shadowcop was riding around the room space, straight out of the garden, a violet and green undulation. The partner was broadcasting the shadow from a portable unit, and the snake was beaming onto us. Never seen one like this before. It was the snake from the garden he'd followed us through into the real world. Snake must have some vert in him. Robo, shadow, vert, all mixed up in a 5-foot length of thick smoke. Eyes of orange flashing info all over us, and a voice of yellow slitherings. Please explain the vehicle in the forecourt. I couldn't explain. Couldn't move, couldn't raise a finger in battle. Mandy and the Beetle were lying on the settee together, all wrapped up from the garden still. Twinkle was standing by the fire, her eyes full of life. Carly the robo-dog was by Twinkle's side, the plastic bones shaking under her fur. Said vehicle is not registered in your name. Murdoch pulled a flame gun from her waistband. Game over, kid. I'm bringing you down for this. Harbouring, possession, bootlegging, partner cuffed them. The flesh cop started to move, wallowing side to side under his fat middle. Mandy had awoken now and was rolling over towards the action. Her eyes were fierce shot. The Beetle wasn't moving, not yet. He was all folded up on the settee, shaking from the jerk-out and vert lag. Murdoch didn't even look at Mandy. Out of the way, girl. Mandy got up off the settee, cool and deadly. Murdoch had the gun pointed straight at the Beetle's head. Okay, boss man. This is your alarm call. Beetle didn't move. Shadowcop spoke. This is not the standard procedure. You want to file a complaint, Shaka? No, ma'am, I do not. Carly and Twinkle made a move towards Murdoch. The dog's paws were scratching at the carpet.
Call them off, little boy, you know it's the end. I tried to, but my lips were parched and stuck. Twinkle and the dog were inches away from the cop. Call the fuckers off! The gun was locked between Murdoch's fingers, aimed with a raging full-on, dead set on the back of the beetle's head. This is where he is, the hero, when you need him the most, fast asleep on an old worm-hive settee. I got one cuffed, Murdoch. It was the partner speaking. My eyes made a quick glance. There was Mandy, all cuffed up to one of the fatso cop's wrists. He was looking pretty pleased with himself. Most probably never met a girl like Mandy before. Guy was going to find out. Twinkle and the dog were close to the moment now, except they didn't know what to do, how to handle it. Back off, Twinkle. Me tongue felt like a slug nested in me throat, and she did back off, the youngster, this being my sad little power over her. Back off, Carly. The dog moved back slightly, but her eyes were still clenched and full of damage. Murdoch nodded towards me. Okay, now cuff the other one. She still had the gun on a straight run to Beetle's brain. It's all over, big guy. He moved slightly then. I know it. I know when I'm beaten. That's not like you, Beetle. Where's the fire? The fat partner had one of my wrists in his free hand, and he was trying gamely to cuff me to the chair. I was struggling against him, but the Vurt lag was still heavy in me brain. The cop was dropping beads of sweat on me trousers. Fat cop had forgotten all about Mandy and his struggles. Shadow cop hadn't, though. I do believe, sir, that she's going to... Did no good. Mandy had twisted around, behind the cop, and now she had her free arm round his neck. I felt me mind zoom into focus as the last of the Vurt peeled away, and then me hands were moving fast, me fingers clamped round his knuckles. Leave off, pig shit. Murdoch could see the trouble going down, so she'd moved her gun away from the beetle slightly, trying to get a new fix. The beetle rolled over, then up, until he was sitting on the edge of the couch, and his hand was already inside his coat. Shadow cop yell. Murdoch, I'm getting something. But Murdoch was already turning back. Too late. Way too late. The beetle had pulled out his hand again, and a gun was clenched tight in his fingers. The beetle's gun. In use. At last. Is that time of day, Murdoch? The partner cop was struggling between Mandy and me, but we had him tight yet. Don't go silly on me, Murdoch said to B. I shouted at Robo-Dog, Kill! Carly! Destroy! The young dog went for it. Murdoch's gun roared and flashed, but the dog was there first, knocking her off her feet, biting at her face. The bullet lodged in the wall. The gun fell. Shaka was beaming everywhere, panic struck. Twinkle was coming towards me and a fat partner. Her tiny fingers bunched into fists. The gun in Beetle's hand waved in the air, and there was a look of pure jam in his eyes. The flesh cop made a big push with his bulbous gut, shoving me back into the chair. Then he took off towards the beetle, pulling Mandy along behind him, still cuffed. He was reaching to the floor, to where Murdoch's gun lay waiting. Sometimes we go too far, partner. Beetle shot him. Beetle shot him. And all these miles and days away, I'm still listening to that shot of flame. Murdoch was screaming under the dog Carly, holding those jaws back with fists of pain. Dog was eating at her fingers, and the flesh cop's blood spattered all over the walls and the floor. It made a beautiful mess, like a garden of scarlet wounds, and I was gladdened by the sight of it. My life was just a few seconds adrift in those moments. Murdoch's face was bloody from the dog's teeth. Shaka! Shaka! Call up! Call up! But Beetle had put a hole in the shadowcop's aerial box. Shaka was a wounded ghost then, and then just a wraith, a thin wraith, fighting for life. His beams went dark, his face was a silent cry, and holes were opening up in the body of smoke. He was fading to black, the deep emptiness which is shadow death. I could move then, and I stood up, away from the fear. I moved over to the dead cop. I found the keys on the floor and set Mandy free. Carly, that's enough. The dog moved back slightly. Beetle had risen up, and he had the flame pistol pressed against Murdoch's temple. Her face was a pleasure to behold, all cracked with fear and blood. Her she-cop eyes were clenched tight shut against the moment. I saw a feather down on the floor, next to Murdoch's head. I picked it up. Cheap, fake knowledge feather, going cream in me hands. That's enough, Beetle. Job is done. We're all just out there, somewhere, waiting to happen.
Day 21. The gin is going in. Feel it. Feel it. Two hands, separate, but in time with the big rhythm, working the Siamese decks. Big gin going in now, for the Collier's disciples. They're in the limb, they're in the fucking limb. Two hands, two small human hands, working the twin decks, the triple decks, the quadruple decks of the limbic system house. This one's on special import all the way from Noirpool, coming on tough core from the limbic system, out of the north. This is a white label dream coming at you. Dance, suckers, dance. Twin hands, working the infinite decks, mixing dreams with real-time stories, forcing sweat out of hard-packed bodies. I can make a dead man dance, fuck that. I can make a robot dance, a shadow dance. I was looking through the booth glass, watching the submasses moving, groin to groin, or just on their own. Men, women, real or vert, robo or smoke. I'm moving them all. At last, the whole congregation, all of the various shapes of existence, moving to the latest remix from the interactive Madonna. Inky MC's talking to you, live and direct from the space between the beats, all the way to the floor. Step up lively now, dance on it. And the house was misting over, side swaying in step to the house fuel. You got 'em, Ink! Twinkle was over in the corner eating a base burger from a plastic tray. You got 'em going, and good! Hey, listen, it's early yet. Watch this. I slap a twister on the deck mat and lay the syringe on the running groove, lining up the ghost track on the skull phones and letting the whole thing kick into bloom at a mank yell. Tune! Tune for the brood, all the people in the block, limbic dopers. This is from Dingo Tush, latest tune. They're calling it Sampled Underfoot. Know where that comes from. Dingo Tush, later, coming on live with the werewolves. Just for now, here comes the Rain Girl remix, Sampled Underfoot. Tough core, babies. Can I come to the after-gig party, Ink? No, you cannot. You just go home. Carly'll see you there, and I'll meet you later. Oh, Scrib, don't call me that. The noise was coming on loud as I flexed the decks right up to Ultimax. People are moving, grooving, improving, super smoothing. From over in a dark corner, Carly, the robo bitch, was howling to the music, and I plugged her in direct to the flex, mixing her barking in with the beats. Crowd was soaking in it, howling at the full moon lighting patterns. People were near to rutting just because of my music, and I was loving it, loving the power when there's a knock on the door. Tell them to get lost, Twinkle, no deals. Get lost, no deals. It's me, Scribble. Oh, shit. Oh, no, not now. Mandy? Said Twink. Keep her away. Twinkle strode to the door. MC Inky says no. No use. It's me, Scrib, the not-so-new girl. I got the beetle with me. Then it was him calling. Scribble! That's not me name, pal. Mandy again. Beetle wants to see you, Scrib. He's missing your action. Moments passed as the voice of Dingo Tush led the crowd towards ecstasy, and Twinkle was looking at me with that look in her eyes, that sweet look. Shall I let him in, Mr. Scrib? I mean Ink. 7 bars of music passed by before I answered. Booth door opens and that ungodly twosome, that pair of reprobates, fall in the DJ box, and I just couldn't help it. Me weak heart was full of love for them, a kind of bruised love, truth be known. Beetle was drooling. Scribble. OK, Beetle. The name's Ink MC. Aye, I heard that. Long time, my man. I'm busy, B. I was holding back the feelings on purpose, just to spite him, just to build me dreams up, just to break even. Beetle was like a zombie. One of those zombies you see working the all-night garages, pouring petrol and Vaz into pimp mobiles. Eyes full of fumes, blood knots and boredom. Never seen the bee look bored before. I had to turn away. How you sailing, Mandy? Hanging on, Scrib. Her hair was as red as the skin of a postbox, and it sure made me tremble. What are you doing here? Said he wanted to find you, said he wanted to get up close again. Damn right, Scrib. I shook my head. Stash riders are dead. Beetle's mouth opened and closed like a thermofish chewing on some sick blood. Just then Dingo Tush came on the stage with his pack of players, the werewolves. They were a ragged collection of hybrids, robo-dogs, shadow dogs, girl and boy dogs. They struck up a loud noise, full up on wolf howls and furry beats, and I managed a good fade on a mixer despite the anger flooding me system. The dogman was working the crowd up to a slobber, his fur swinging back and forth to the beat of his dog drummer. Tune was called Bitch Magnet, and his rap was barking.
You making a living doing this, Scrib?
No, not really, just about. Plug us in, Scrib. No way. Go on, Inkman, to the base. You're not getting round me. I've got some Vurt. Good Vurt. I'm going clean. Don't tell me you're still looking for that corpse, Scrib. The anger came through then, into me eyes, causing tears to form there. I think you should fuck yourself silly, B, and then get out of here. Come on, man, plug us in. Let's taste the bass. Come on, the Scrib. Deliver for once. Deliver it. Okay, the beetle. You want it? Come get it. Hope you choke to death on it. I had the 5-pin plug in my hands and I was shaking as I fed it, straight to the gate. The beetle was wide open at the mouth and his gums were bleeding as I rammed the bass flex home. And then I was turning it up, turning the bass right up, way past the legal limits. Brood went crazy, pumping it as the bass kicked in and the beetle was dancing in the air as the heavy waves pounded his system. Seemed like his body was about to burst. He was calling out my name, calling me to stop the bass from going any deeper. Babe, it's going all the way. Know that feeling? I'll bet.
Day 22. Doorman at the Slithy Tove was a fat white rabbit. He had a blood-flecked head, protruding from beer-stained neck fur and a large pocket watch in his big white mittens. The big hand was pointing to 12, the little hand pointing to 3. That's 3 o'clock in the morning of the night just begun. 2 door whores were trying to blag their way in without a coding symbol. Rabbit was dealing him grief. I flashed me laminated access all areas after gig party pass. Around the edge of the pass ran the slogan, Dingo Tush, Barking for Britain Tour, presented by Das Uberdog Enterprises. I pushed through the slithy portals, through the hole in the earth, along the shelves of jam, all the way through the corridor of hanging-on ligarettes, straight to the crush. Must have been 500 people in there, that small space. Friends, lovers, enemies, husbands, wives, second cousins, groupies, agents, roadies, managers, fur dressers, bone buriers, flea pickers, glitter dogs and litter men, DJs, VJs, SJs, mothers, smothers, ex-lovers, record pushers. All the entourage of Dingo Tush. I walked into the crush and was driven up and lost, plugged in, straight off, with a whiff of bliss. You just can't get away from it. The love is clinging. Well, when it's breathed in direct, through the air conditioning, I mean, what chance do you have? I caressed me way to the bar and ordered a glass of fetish. The dark, spicy afternotes hit me palate, causing sparks, and I was floating, hot. I turned around, leaning me back against the bar just to view the scenes better. I was gazing into a dub mirror. That's the kind where you only get the best bits looking back at you. It was that splendid mix of bliss and fetish, dog music and crush dancing makes you feel like a star in your own system. There was a balcony up above, and I had the sudden clear thought that I'd like to be up there, looking down on the herd, so I pushed off from the bar, holding me glass tightly, and entered the maelstrom, squeezing through tight gaps between dancers. Life on the balcony was quieter. Not so tight. There were chairs and people talking to each other at tables, and food. Food! I hadn't eaten in a week, seemed like. But first I had to look down, to see that crush from the heights. There was the beetle, back down from his bass trip, still shaking some, but playing the crowd like a robo-pro, taking feathers from chance acquaintances. No Mandy, but there was Tristan and Suze, holding their mutual hair aloft as they moved through the brood. There was Mandy now. I'd spotted her. She was pressed up inside the crush, and some chancer was tickling a feather against her lips. Mandy scooped it up. Shit! That girl. She'd be a fine sight to wake up to, all ready for the day's adventure. Just then a voice spoke to me, from up close from the left side, but I was certain nobody was there. So I turned, and there he was, this gentleman. No other word for him. The gentleman was dressed in knowledge and suffering, and a pea-green 3-piece suit of tweed with leather epaulets. His face was guarded by a full beard, which kind of made up for his receding hair. What he had left was tied back in some sort of complex knot that hung over one shoulder. His eyes were totally yellow, soft and languid, lips full and red, and when they parted to speak, well, it seemed like he was speaking direct to my soul. Yes, that girl would be worthwhile. His voice raised memories in me. Feelings I couldn't place like I'd heard before, but hadn't paid enough attention to it. That's right. You haven't been paying attention to me. I hadn't said anything. Shit. This was just like with Bridget. Are you a sleeper? Kind of, but nothing like Bridget. You're looking for Desdemona, am I right, Scribble? You know a way... And Bridget, of course. You'd like to find Bridget. Only trouble is, you're worried that the thing is more important to you than Bridget is. Because of the swap back for your sister, and this makes you feel guilty. Who are you? He took a sip of red wine from his glass. Let's get something to eat. And then he turned away. I turned to follow, but sometime, during me turning, the gentleman had vanished. I was looking all around trying to catch a glimpse of him. He just didn't exist anymore, and it made an emptiness in me heart, the kind you just don't need to feel. I was feeling so empty inside, and food was all I could turn to. The table was sagging under the weight of dishes. It was a spread of joy. My mouth was dripping. There were the tiny wings of larks, stewed in pig's blood. There were the ink sacs of squids, leaking onto a bed of palms. And there were the encrusted eyes of virgin lambs, smothered in dark filaments of horse bread, deep-fried in shadow oil. Overseeing the feast was the slidey-toe-edged chef, with his long, vased back hair and his sunken cheeks, flecked with stubble, and something about his eyes, some bad need there. Tuck in, crew cut. Relish it. I will. Hey, this is good. Yeah, just tell him Barney made it. Barney the chef. Remember that? Will do. And then Beetle was beside me, building a plateful. Seen much of Murdoch these days, Scribble? I'm keeping low. Oh, sure. Playing to a full house of dog turds at a limbic club. That's real low, baby. Tristan, my man. And Sue's in tow. And then the guy was gone, walking a jagged line towards the hair-locked couple. I watched as he embraced them, stroking their locks with his long, vase-covered fingers. The crusty couple was stroking him back, in turn, and all I could do was watch, totally missing the scene. I turned away from the love, took a turning step, backwards, away from Beetle, into empty space. The gentleman was waiting for me there, with his three-piece pea-green suit and his wisdom. Don't let him get to you, Scribble. Tell me your name. You know who I am. Yeah, I know you. But from where? He read me thoughts. That's enough for now. Is the thing still alive? I asked. Still alive. So is Bridget. How come you know all this? Because I am watching the world go by. Where's the thing? I think you should work that out for yourself. Tell me. He was looking at me. Yellow eyes. That look of deep recognition you only get once in a while. He started to speak, but then his eyes flickered away to the right, over me shoulder. I turned around, and there was the Beetle and Tristan, hugging each other, except that Tristan had no time for the Beetle. No time at all. Instead, he was staring, deep and pointed, straight into the eyes of the gentleman. No one else could see him. I realised that then. Only me and Tristan. What's happening? His eyes turned back to me full of pain and suffering. It's like this, Scribble. You've got the poison. It's inside you. The snake bite. I don't know how you got it. Some have got it, most haven't. Those that do, they should use it. You're not using it. I'm confused. So was I, your age. One day you find it. One day you realise. The world slips into place. You'll get there. Like how? But the gentleman was doing that slipping away trick again. Scribble, said Beetle. Come here, let's chat. Beetle had given up on Tristan and homed in on me once more. He was all nervous and fearful, and this was rare enough to cause me to stare back hard at him. He couldn't give me stare back. He couldn't give it back. Beetle couldn't look at me. Not without flinching. Wonders of the world. He forced his eyes to mine. I've got something for you. He pulled his baccy box from his pocket and placed it in my hands. It's for you. Beetle had carried his drugs in this old black cherry rough shag tin box from the days of our time at Droylsden State, high school for unachievers. Within its closed-up darkness he'd carried jammers and vase, fluff and shadows, feathers and haze, all the things he could lay his hands upon. Contained within all of his dreams, his treasure box. I can't take this, B. Open it up. Box opened with a satisfying click and a nice feel in the hands, and I expected to find a real mess in there, a jungle of dark drugs. Instead, a single feather lay on a bed of cotton wool. Feather was a deep blue-black with a sheen of pink. I picked it up with shaking fingers, loving the way it fluttered in my hands, like the dream bird was still using it, flying the Vurt waves. I turned it over to read the white label. Tapewormer. He pointed at it. Des is in there. Well, you know, kind of. And here's me trying to give up. Oh, it's just for... Guy couldn't say it. I know, old times. Stash riders. Right. And he turned away. Back to his old self. He made his way back to the food bench, telling Barney, the chef, he was a cool genius in the kitchen of the gods. Forgiveness. It was forgiveness the Beetle was asking for. And my heart melted. You don't need that. The gentleman was back again. You need the gift, but not the Vurt. And why not? You don't need feathers. You could tune in, direct. This has happened already, yes? You've been there, slipping in and out. Things had been going strange for me lately. Lots of little slips, in and out of states. It felt just the same when I was getting the horns in. This isn't all there is. The edge was scary and I was living on it. No, not living on the edge. I was living inside the edge. Young man, the edge is real and you don't know how close you are. To what? To the step. To where you lie, your place, your proper place, the dream world, featherless. I like it here, on Earth. Desdemona is waiting for you. You know I never lie. Take a look. And the gentleman led me, gently, to the balcony, where I gazed down upon the crowd. And there was Desdemona, waiting there in the middle of the crush, perfectly still, a yellow blouse flecked with blood, and her face scarred and cracked. Sister was beckoning from the dance floor, her two arms outstretched, urging. I turned back to him. Tell me who you are. But his eyes were over my shoulder, and I turned round to see Beetle and Suze hugging each other, but Tristan just looking, straight on, right into the eyes of the gentleman. It was a look of love, that kind of doomed love that never leaves you alone. Tristan will tell you who I am, the stranger said. Cat? Game cat? But he was gone. Cat was gone. That feeling again. That emptiness. I peered over the balcony, searching for Desdemona. Her scarred face was misting over, dissolving like the dreams of love into the crowd, into the Vurt. Losing her. Losing. Things we want the most. Things that slip away. And then I was taking the stairs, 3 at a time, dodging the rung dancers, heading down to the floor and the fading sister. I was pushing into the crush, but they were welded tight now. I think I threw some poor wraith aside as I squeezed through. The world was closing up and I ran straight into the arms of Bridget. Bridget. That smoky shape I'd seen on the outskirts from above. Now she was in my hands, and the smoke was rising from her skin, way beyond what I was used to. She pushed away from me, back into the arms of her dancing partner, a handsome boy with curly brown hair. "Bridget!" I called out. I caught just a glimpse of recognition in her eyes, and then she was gone, fading away in a wave of smoke. And a new face of scars taking her place amongst the crush, face of Murdoch, she-cop, dog-torn, penetrating, real, moving through the crowd like a demon. Where do you run when the bad girl comes? Maybe you run home to mummy, maybe you run towards your lover, or maybe like me you've got a beetle in your life, somebody powerful, even if he was just this moment thick-bodied from the overuse of cheap tapeworm feathers. I ran into the arms of the main rider. The Vurt glaze slipped from the beetle's eyes as I screamed the bad news to him. It was a sun-blind being, open to a bright day, wonderful to watch, and he popped a couple of jammers, already on the move. He pushed me through the crush, kicking some dancers over just to make a way. "Beetle, what about Mandy?" But his mind was on another trip. The jam was kicking in and his eyes were scanning the pack for a way out. "We can't leave her, Beetle." "Kid can hack it. There's got to be a back way." We were cutting through the pack as they made way under the threat of the beetle's curse and the jammed-up energy in his fists. I heard a shout from below. "Out of the way, police, some such. You ever seen a cop trying to cut through a dancing crush of semi-legals? I guess that Murdoch was having some problems down there, so suck on it, she-cop." I was right up against the food tables now, and Barney, the chef, was giving me a bright stare. "You like me food, didn't you, crew?" I told him that he was king of the feast and that the angels were dining out on his takeaways. He pointed us to a back door. "This way, crew cut, relish it." And we were clattering down a shining steel ladder of hard rungs, a fire escape to heaven, me and the beetle on a ride together, old days style, and then we were down in the back streets and running for sweet life. What was I on? Felt like the night was surrendering to me, filling me up with its pictures. I was getting glimpses of everything. I was Vurt high, running through a dark space, with some crowd behind me, with nothing in me mouth, no feather in me mouth. Cop sirens were sounding off, making bad music, whistles blowing, the howling of a generator as it pumped hard power to a set of arc lights, shadowcops shining down, feet clattering, real human feet clattering over concrete. Didn't know where I was, coming up hard against the brick wall and turning away, and there was the Murdoch, scarred up face glaring at me, dancers, former dancers, panicking behind me in a little crush, and then scattering, and then me left there, alone, facing the Murdoch's scars. "I've got you!" The gun in her hand was crackling with a shiny new life, like it had living bullets in its chambers. Murdoch's gun was the only thing in my life, the only thing worth living for. It gets like that sometimes with instruments of death. "What's it gonna be, kid? Dirty or clean?" Murdoch's gun was a raging hard-on, pointing straight at me, straight to the heart. There was just a glint of sun coming up over a rooftop and a dark mist forming to her right. Other cops were moving into position. I could hear screams and cheers as people were brought down or people were escaping. I could feel the beetle's presence, way up close, but I couldn't see him anywhere. The mist behind Murdoch's right shoulder solidified into a twisting shape. I knew that face, that shape. Shaka, the blown-apart shadow cop. His smoking body was a mess of fumes, and his face was a grimace of smoke. He was waving in and out of existence as his newfangled box of tricks struggled to shine his broken body into the real world so that it could lick there, feeding on secrets. Murdoch waved the gun. "Turn around slowly, towards the wall. No surprises, I don't like surprises." Sure. So I'm turning to the wall. Just in the very act of turning, when I sensed Beetle nearby. That's how it was, I could just sense him. The Beetle steps out of the shadows, holding his gun aloft like an offering. Murdoch had seen that gun before, and now here she was, once again on the dirty end. You could tell she wasn't too keen on it. Same with the shacker, he'd taken punishment from it. Now here he was, once again on the dirty end. Made me feel good, just to be free for once, of the dirty end. Murdoch was sweating. Fluid was running down the claw marks in her face. At the junction of Wilbraham Road and some poor bugger's driveway rested the mobile kennel of Dingo Tush and his pack of canine players. Hey Hey with the werewolves painted on the side. Next to it I could see Tristan and Suze, their hair a strong river flowing with moonlight. Suze had the 2 robo-hounds on a double leash. The dogs were almost as tall as she was and baying for cop blood. I was dancing, that twitching dance that only the truly scared to fuck can manage, but my mind was like a stranger, a cold-hearted stranger with a gun in his hands. That was the Beetle. Mandy came up behind him, her eyes darting from point to point as she made out how the twin guns were poised, one on my heart, the other on a she-cop's head. Moon was still, full and voiceless. I'm taking this one moment at a time, step by step. because it's difficult, and because it's so important. Murdoch spoke up. "You're going down for the murder of a police officer, Beetle. So take me." Murdoch let the sweat droplets roll down her face, down her arms, down her fingers, to the trigger on the gun. It was slippery. The whole thing was slippery. The shadowcop fired a thin, shaking info beam straight to the gun in Beetle's hand. 4 bullets left. Bee smiled. "You taking a chance, Murdoch?" "Well, I guess so." Someone was going to get killed, hurt, or arrested. Maybe it was me. Most probably it was me. Some things just seemed bound. This is how we lost Desdemona, and found the thing. Yeah, time to tell it. Sister and brother flying down through a feather's embrace into the voodoo world, to land softly in a garden of bliss, walled in by ancient stones, surrounded by colours and perfume, a jungle of flowers. Bright yellow birds were singing bright yellow songs from the trees that were growing visibly, even while we fell to the floor of petals. Her cunt was pressed against my cock, and the world was beautiful. I've done this already, I thought. Maybe this is the haunting. Maybe I'm inside the Vurt just now. But I dismissed that thought real easy, so I couldn't have been, could I? Could I? Then I slipped inside of her, the sister, feeling the walled garden close in to caress me penis, until the sap rose to the top and the garden was flooded. The air was heavy with pollen, and the whole world was copying itself over and over through the act of sex. And we were enfolded in the system, sucking where the bee sucks. We were being watched. I rolled off Desdemona's slick body onto the ground. A hooded figure was standing some 5 feet away, watching, just watching. I lifted myself up, just to get a better look, only to find myself sinking into the figure's yellow sun gaze, like being eaten. "Welcome to English voodoo. You have come for knowledge. There will be pleasure, because knowledge is sexy. There will also be pain, because knowledge is torture. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Des answered, "Yeah, we understand." Did we? Good. Join us. Other figures were appearing, moving in from a distance, like images on a photographic plate. They were all hooded and covered the same head to foot, so that you could not distinguish between them. One of the figures called out in a small bird-like whistle. A yellow bird, a canary, flew down into his hands. He stroked it carefully until the bird was happy, and then he gently plucked a feather out of its plumage. It was a yellow feather, and he held it up for all to see. Looked like a dream. The figure opened his hand to let the bird fly free. Then he raised the yellow feather to his lips. He sucked it in, and then was gone, sinking into the earth, into a hole that opened up and then closed again as the figure disappeared beneath the soil. The golden feather was left there, floating in the air, free of all restraints. The next figure plucked it from the air, stroked it in, then was gone, sinking, and so on, until only the initial figure remained. Sister asked it, "Where are they going?" "To the past, the bad past, in search of knowledge," the figure answered. "Why don't you try it?" Desdemona hesitated for a second, and then took the yellow feather into her hands. Desdemona placed the feather between her lips. "Des, it might be dangerous." "It's a yellow feather, Scrib. Haven't you always wanted to take one of those?" "Yeah, but how many chances do you get? This is ours. Let's do it." "Please don't go, Des." Did no good. Desdemona pushed the golden feather in deep to the limits. Her eyes flashed yellow just the once, and then the ground was opening up beneath her feet, and the weeds were pulling at her, yellow weeds spiked with thorns. They dragged her down into the soil until only her hair was left, her beautiful hair, and then even that was gone, strangled by the weeds, until only the weeds were left, the blonde flowers. They grew over where she buried herself, smothering the space in a second. The figure had the feather in her hands, and she was offering it to me. "Go fuck yourself," my words. "Very well. You are too weak. Maybe one day. And with that she pushed the feather into her own mouth. Her eyes flashed more golden than the sun on a hot day, and I was alone, in the garden, in the English garden. The feather floated for a moment, then started to fall. I reached out for it. A yellow bird flew down, a blur of speed, caught the feather in her beak, and then was gone. The garden was empty. I stayed there for 2-3 hours, I don't know, a long time. And then I jerked out. This was how we lost Desdemona. And how I came to wake up, smothered by a thing from Vurt, some heavy shit. Exchange rates, some heavy losses. Murdoch slowly swung a gun away from me towards the real threat. Twin guns now, both of them pointed towards each other, mirrored in the same need. Beetle and Murdoch. I heard the moon howl. Dingo Tush was in the area. His jaws were split wide, so that the inside was visible, slavering. He was calling up dogs from all over the fallow field, howling at the moon. Felt like the moon was howling. I could hear the dogs responding. I guess Murdoch got some visions of the Carly dog just then, and she didn't fancy a repeat play of the last pad debacle. The gun reared up in her hands as it spat smoke, then the noise of it, then the bullet reaching out for a new home. The beetle answered her, more or less the same time, not quite the same time. Listen carefully. This is the secret of how to live. Fire your gun before somebody else does. The beetle reeled back from the bullet. His shoulder exploded. It was a warm flower opening up on his flesh. I got flecked with some beetle blood across my cheeks. There was a siren ringing in my head, behind me closed-up eyes, and the howling of wolves as the dog pack ran riot. There were bullets suddenly flying everywhere. I had a high pitch inside of me, a high-pitched screaming, like some woman had caught a stray shot. Wonder who that was, caught a bad gift. Hope it wasn't Mandy, hope it wasn't. And I felt myself being lifted up above everything. Above the world of rain, above the world with its screamings and its sirens and all of its pain, dripping away like the last few raindrops into a small, quiet pool of sunlight. Where was I going? And who was taking me? I'm walking through the leafy lane of a small town. Children are playing on the green. The postman whistles a jaunty melody, mothers hang washing on lines, birds sing from leafy, sun-drenched trees. I walk towards the post office. Its sign calls it Pleasureville Post Office. I know where I am now. I'm in Pleasureville. A low-level blue Vurt. Nothing special, totally legal. Been there before, years before, when such things excited me, but never like this. Never like this. Not without a feather. I was just there. Totally there. With no pain, no anxiety, no hassles. And the knowledge that I was there, that I knew I was there, in the Vurt, and that another world was waiting for me, if I so wished, a world of pain I could pull out any time, or stay here forever. That's forever, which is a vicious temptation. The first time that I came down into a dog world. Smelt bad, real bad, after the sweet, feathery aromas of Pleasureville. There was a dog face looming over me. Mixed in there, amongst the fur and the jaws, were some bare traces of the human lineaments. This only made it worse, the shock of seeing that face, one of the many heads of Cerberus, leaning right over me, and that breath, that stench on me face. They tell me I screamed then. Maybe I did. I was too busy getting out of there, out of me head. The pleasure postman greeted me with a cheery hello. "Anything for me today, Postie?" "Just the one, Mr. Scribble." I opened the sun-golden envelope and pulled out a birthday card. The card was the brightest yellow I'd ever seen. The words, "Happy Birthday," were written in a dark and clotted red hand across the yellow. I opened the card to find out whose birthday it was. The second time I came down, I was in a travelling kennel of mad dogs. The stench was still there, 10 times worse, but at least the dog face had left me alone. I was pressed up against the rear doors, like I'd been the last to get into the van. There were no windows, but I could feel that we were moving at some speed, some law-breaking speed, along a bumpy path. Felt like a well-jammed-up beetle was at the wheel, the old style, and I was glad for that. I raised myself up on a pair of skinless elbows. All I got was the fleshy hindquarters of dogs. There are times in life when this is all you get. They were tight-pressed in that small space, maybe 7 or 8 of them. Difficult to tell, what with the van lights broken and the mishmash of their bodies. All of them had bits of dog mixed in there and bits of human, only in varying degrees, and they were crowded and pressed over some other forms. What the fuck was under there? Then I saw Beetle's face through a gap in the van. But surely the Beetle was driving. Then his face was covered by the closing fur once more. That's when Tristan screamed, from the dogs, from the middle of all those canines, those half-humans. I remembered the stray bullet, and that maybe someone had been caught by it, and maybe that someone was Tristan. It was, but not in that way. Had to get out of there. I opened up the birthday card in Pleasureville. The sun was overhead. Birds were singing, kids playing. The postman was already whistling along the road to the next letterbox. It felt like a holiday, like a birthday. But whose birthday? I opened the card and read the message scrawled there in blood-thick ink. I could hear her voice calling through the ink. Happy birthday, Scrib. Bet you never realised, eh? You were always forgetting. Me, I'll never forget. Sorry I couldn't get me present to you, but will this do? Until we get back together, don't stop looking, Scrib. I'm still waiting. We'll be together one day, promise? Your loving sister, Des. There were tears in my eyes. Must have been the first tears ever in Pleasureville. Nobody cries there. I wanted to keep the card, so I reached into my pocket for something to exchange, to leave behind. I pulled out Beetle's backy box. I clicked it open and pulled out the tapeworm feather. This I shoved back into my pocket, then I closed the box and laid it down on a nearby street bench. The third time I came down to the breakfast table. I was back in my new flat, shoveling a bowl of JFK flakes down my throat. I came down with the spoon halfway in my mouth, and the crispness of the flakes against the coldness of the milk made me feel like a king, like life was actually worth something, worth getting up for. That good. Those flakes. Twinkle's eyes were looking at me from the other side of the table. Happy birthday, Scrib. How did you know that? Beetle told me. Beetle, where the fuck's he? He's in your room. Mandy was with him. She was sitting beside the bed, on an old wicker chair. The Beetle was lying in my bed with his eyes closed, a feather stuck halfway down his throat. What's he on, Mandy? Tapeworm, or what else? I pulled back gently on the sheets, revealing the wound. His shoulder was a sprawling mess, but the strips of flesh were held together and bandaged with some kind of web. Looked like a nest of dog fur. The blood was congealing behind there, some kind of healing maybe. My eyes were wet. I could barely look. Beetle. Beetle. He must have picked up on my voice down in the darkness, because he was mumbling words around the feather. I pulled that feather out, jerking him away from the dream, just like he used to do with me when I went in alone. He came back to us with a slow rising, as though he was used by now to being dragged back, maybe by Mandy, as though he was riding the feathers real easy these days. What is it, my man? Is there no end to the trouble, Bee? No end, Scribble. Not since the schoolyard, remember that? His eyes were slitted, crusted, just a glimpse of eyeball showing through between the twin layers of bloated skin. I remember, Bee. You used to bully me something rotten. Aye. Good days. Don't give up the fight, Scribble. How could I? Keep on finding them. The Brid and the sister and the thing. Don't give up on me. Talk to the Ding about this. What's that, Bee? The Dingo? Does he... He might know something. I caught something in the van. They thought I was out of it. He smiled. It was a painful smile.
You know me, Scrib. Down but never out. I don't think I'm up to it, B. I hated every word, but knew each one to be true. Tristan needs your help, Scrib. Tristan does? Somebody caused a stray bullet. Help the man. And then his eyes closed, his lips closed. The beetle was sleeping, and it was my time to leave. Dingo Tush was waiting for me in the corridor. He'd just come out of Twinkle's room, and he had Carly, the robo-dog, in his arms. The bitch was flopping upside down in his half-human paws. A constant, low-pitched whine was falling out from her jaws.
Carly's pretty upset.
She's just a dog. Oh, shit. Silly thing to say.
I will forgive that slight indiscretion.
Beetle told me you might know about Brid and the Thing, where they are.
Why should I know that?
I'm just following the Beetle. What do you know?
I know a good record when I hear one. What do you think I know? I'm a pop star, for fuck's sake. And if you don't mind, I have an all-nighter to get to.
Oh, you best not be lying, Dingo.
Ooh, big. Tough. He gives me his famous smile, the one with all the teeth on show.
Holy shit.
I would have you for breakfast, dear boy.
I opened the door to Twinkle's bedroom. Tristan was sitting on the bed. In his arms lay Suze, his one love. Their hair lay all around like a wake. It was matted, blood matted. Tristan looked up at my entrance. His eyes were wet diamonds. "Can you help me?" he said. "What's happening?" "Suze." Somebody caught a stray bullet. Tristan reached out his hand towards me, offering a pair of scissors. "I want you to do this." I looked down at the body of Suze, held there upon his lap, unbreathing. "Oh, I don't think I can do it, Trist." "Nobody else will." Tristan's eyes. So I took the scissors in my trembling hands. There are only two parts of the body that don't feel pain. One is the hair, the other is the nails. Let me tell you about that. Not true. I've seen the tears at the cutting. Carly slipped through the gap in the left open door. I worked the scissors through at a severe angle, slicing the droid locks. It took some kind of strength to do it, and I was kind of proud. And it took some time, because the hair was thick and clogged up with debris. Spent matches, jewels, hair grips, dog fur. And that was just in 3 weeks since the last washing. That droid hair was so thick, it was like cutting through the night. Until eventually I separated them. Tristan from Suze. Carly, the robo-bitch, was licking at the face of the corpse, trying to wake her. Nothing would wake her. I'd come down from Pleasureville 2 or maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd attended the sickbed of my best and worst friend. I'd cut some hair, cut 2 people in half. You know, just one of those days. Now I was tired. So tired. And I just wanted to sleep, even though I knew we should be moving on, out of there. Because the cops have got your number, Scribble, and you're maybe on a death list. Murdoch's list. So guess what, Murdoch? You're on mine. All this added up, and I shouldn't have even been thinking about lying down on that couch, fully clothed, my eyes closing, heavy with the world, thinking about how this story started. Mandy coming out of that all-night Vurt you want, dodging dogs and cops. Christ, I was playing it back already. And I remember thinking that if ever I get out of this, with body and soul still connected, well then, I was going to tell the whole story. And this is how it would start. Mandy came out of the all-night Vurt you want, clutching a bag of goodies. Okay, so this is 20 years later, and I'm only just getting round to it. I picked up the birthday card, read Desdemona's message, put down the card, picked up the feather. I was moving like some cheap, made-in-Taiwan robo. I sucked the feather in real deep, down to the shaft. I could feel the waves approaching over the music's swelling main theme, intercut with the credits. But then the waves were moving backwards, taking the music with them, so I was getting the fade, and then the hit of each note, and I was in there somewhere, losing the sense of trouble, the sense of now. I was being inverted.
Desdemona came out of the all-night Vurt you want, clutching a bag of goodies. There was no trouble. A nice clean pickup. Des is an expert, we love her for that. We rode the stash back to the flat, the fearless four of us, Beetle and Bridget, Desdemona and I. What's in the bag, sister? Beauties. A yellow. Her voice sent a shiver through me. Let's have a look. Desdemona pulled out a feather, a pure and golden flight path. Light shards thrown off the passing street lamps, changed to black by the van's mirrored windows, found themselves caught for a second upon the feather's 1,000,000 flights. Then they were reflected in fractals of gold, bouncing off the sides of the van like ricochets from the sun. "Takshaka yellow," she said. Then Desdemona was talking with a saffron tongue, and I wanted to kiss me sister's voice because it was so very beautiful. She told us the story of young Utanka, the Asian student. He travelled into the realm of snakes in order to steal back the earrings of the queen. They were held by Takshaka, the king of the snakes, who was as long as a river, a violet and green river. His bite was deadly to human flesh, carrying poisonous dreams along the veins until the mind was polluted with violence. Sister kissed me, and I felt some petals falling on me inside the van, falling, inside me head from some unimagined Vurt. We made an easy snakeless flight up the stairways into the pad, which welcomed us with a show of lights. B charged up the flights real good with Vaz, and then he fed it into our mouths, each of our mouths in turn, finishing with his own last of all. The fearless four of us are swimming in this lake of spices, getting ourselves marinated, getting ourselves painted in yellow. It surely is the sweetest colour. It was giving us flavours of the feast to come, things we'd never tasted.
Warning!
Shit, what was that? I was walking through a palace of gold. Me three companions at my side, in my hands, a ball hammer drenched in snakeweed, only known antidote to the dream snake bite. The other three were loaded up the same, and we were warriors in a bad world, and I felt full up of hunger and blood.
Warning, you are now inside a Metavurt.
Did you hear that, Des? Heard nothing. Beetle grinned. Come on, you two, let's have a billy cooing, let's hammer some snakes. We stalked that gilded world with our weapons of steel and weed, and our fear and our sweat. A jasmine powder was dropping on us, but I was getting voices.
Warning, you are now in the Metavurt Rung 2. This is extremely unwise and should be vacated forthwith. Thank you, this has been a public health warning.
You heard that, didn't you? What's up, love? That voice, listen to it, can't you hear it? We're in a Metavurt. Oh, don't be silly now. And as she said it, she held me hand in her own. Her fingers were soft and long, with sharpened nails that dug in just slightly, just enough. Beetle again. Okay, lovebirds, enough words, here come the fuckers. And the snakes came, unravelling from the shadows, from the golden shadows, all violets and green, giving a shine to the world, a poisonous shine. They were coming in hundreds, but so tightly knotted it would take more than a human span to count them. I tried to run, I tried to run, but something held me back. This could only be perfect. Takshaka the king rose up, his great head all mutilated and bleeding. He seemed to be made out of smoke, not flesh, a snake of smoke.
You are really getting on my wick. Please vacate this meta level immediately.
We hit that first line of snakes like a flesh hammer, and it all seemed so easy, so very easy for a yellow. So maybe yellow's on all they're cracked up to be. Or maybe I was dreaming all this. Maybe I was getting the haunted again, seeing the dirt through the glass. No matter. Some dream snakes died that night, let me tell you. And afterwards, as we lay stomach to back, me right hand on her breasts, me left scrunched up against her neck, me right leg draped over her legs, me left tucked up, neat against her thighs, her breathing moving to mine like a twin clock, a man came into our room. Desdemona was fast asleep, and so was I, but I could feel him there, in the darkened air, like a taste on the mouth long after the feast is gone. Young man, I am most disappointed in your conduct. My eyes wouldn't open. I was locked in fear. Open your eyes, young man. Something made me do it. Some outside force. Me father was looking down at me. From the foot of the bed. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ. Stay calm. It can't be. Can't be. Not me father. Just some older man. Be careful. I knew that voice. Game cat? Indeed. You remember me? I've never seen you before. Why, we met only this morning. At a rather sleazy affair, I'm afraid. Leave me alone. I was coming down from the fear by now. I'm getting pictures. Me standing on the balcony, looking down, the man standing beside me. No, I wasn't having that. This morning I was sleeping next to Desdemona in this very bed. Young man, you are in the Vurt. This is Game Cat speaking. Don't fight it, Kittling. You just did a yellow. You just did takshaka. Think about it. So? That was a tapeworm, a yellow has to be. You'd be dead otherwise. Yellows do not come that easy. Did you not get the voices? You know that you did. Inside Takshaka, that was the sniffing general speaking. Who? The general's in charge of layers. You made him very, very angry. The game cat was looking down at me. His face had turned cold. You ever heard of Curious Yellow? Isn't it some high-level Vurt? The cat sighed wearily. Let me tell you about Curious Yellow. It's a sucker fuck, my Kittling. A testing ground, if you like. A rites of passage game. It's painful. We are, at this moment, inside Tapewormer. It makes the past beautiful. It takes out all the bad stuff, exaggerates the good. Curious Yellow is the exact opposite. It makes the past into a nightmare and then strands you there, with no hope of release. Only knowledge will get you out. Listen. I've been there. It takes all you've got. So? That's where your sister is, Curious Yellow, trapped there, suffering, dying, and you, young man, are spending your time in wanker feathers, like this one, making believe that she is safe. That disgusts me. This speech had finished me. It felt like I was being told some ultimate truth. I knew it had to be true, and yet it went against the world I was living in. Am I getting through, Scribble? You're confusing me. I had to do this. Tapewormer is not the way. I need you out there. Where? In the real world. You'll be pulling out soon, and when you do, all this will make sense. I have something to ask of you. Will you look after my brother for me? No, don't protest. His name is Tristan. No, don't say anything. Consider this a dream. It may be easier that way, and that soon you will awake. Do you understand? Almost. Good. Let Sirius guide you. Gamecat reached inside his jacket and pulled out a feather. It was a silver feather. Do you have anything to give me? I shook my head. The feather was holding me, the way the lights were dancing on it. That card will do. He was looking over at our bedside table. The birthday card was lying there. Give me that. I gave it to him, and he placed the feather in my hands. It rested in me palm like a sliver of the moon. Do you know what it is? It's a silver, an operator feather. Yes, its name is Sniffing General. The General is a door guard, perhaps one of the most powerful. Be very careful when dealing with him. You may find need of him one day. Where'd you get it? Hobart gave it to me. I was so shocked, I almost dropped the silver. You've met Hobart? Sniffing General is Hobart's servant. Everybody knew about Hobart, but nobody knew anything. Just the hundreds of rumours that surrounded the name. Hobart invented Vurt. Hobart is alive, Hobart is dead, Hobart is a man, a woman, a child, an alien. Nobody knew anything. What is Hobart, Cat? But he'd vanished. Oh, Christ, what was that? There was a light shining under the bedroom door, and I knew that I'd turned all the lights out before following Desdemona to bed. It was a green and violet light, and I could smell saffron in the air as drifts of smoke found their way in through cracks. I turned to wake Desdemona. She'd slipped away from me, unseen. I was alone. Everything was slipping away, the room, the world, the love. I was in a Vurt, haunted. That terrible sadness. Tack had exploded through the door, a great rush of colours and mists, riding around the room even as the room started to fade, and I was pulling out. I was working the jerk-out switch, but getting nowhere, stuck between worlds, knowing in my mind exactly what I was, even whilst my body was clinging to the Vurt, and somebody calling me name. Tack had opened his mouth wide to show off the bloated poison sac at the back of his throat. Scribble! That voice. Help me, voice. Help me. Tack had closed his mouth slightly until I could see his eyes again and catch the look that was there. Shadowcop. Scribble, come out, please. That voice calling to me, Twinkle's voice. King of the snakes soaring down at me. Do it now. Do the jerk out. Do it. Intense wrenching somewhere in the body, and I was falling onto the settee as though from miles away. Shaking. Twinkle was shaking me. I was stretched out full length on an old settee in a rented room in Whalley Range, and Clarke, the robo bitch, was licking at me face, and Twinkle was bending over me. I brought my hand up to my face, the Beatles' gun in my hand. I weighted it, feeling its power. Opened it up, saw 2 bullets left in there. Mine to use. In my other hand, the silver feather lay waiting. Sniffing general. Door god. Key to the cat. Scribble, you brought back a silver, cried Twinkle. Well done. Well done? Well then, yeah, well done. Well fucking done. I was coming through. It's all yours, Scribble. It's your show. Let Sirius guide you. And I knew exactly what he meant. The dog's star. I'm coming after you. All my lost ones. Day 23. We had to carry the beetle down the stairs just like the old alien days. Me at one end, Mandy on the other. Mandy was on the feet. I kept dropping him, of course, or so Mandy kept telling me. What are you on, Scribble? I'm on the head, what are you on? Very funny. Behind us were Twinkle and Clarke. Behind them was Tristan, carrying the body of Suze, her long strands of hair falling free at last from the lover's knot. He had some bad things in his brain. You could see them moving. We laid the beetle out on the pavement, and the rest of the group was standing around, all of them looking at me, as though I was the warrior. Shit, man. Maybe I just can't handle this. You got somewhere for the Suze to lie? Asked Tristan. His face was dripping sweat in the night, from the weight, from the tenderness. Yeah, I got somewhere. Not sure. Nor was the beetle. He ain't got fuck all, hissed the beetle. Babe's a failure. I'll tell you something, Tristan. Kid sure ain't no stash rider. Well, fuck you, B. Who's in charge round here? I am. With that, I took off up the street towards a van I'd spotted. I was full up with hate. Hate for the bee. Hate for the job. Hate for the loss and the failure. Hate for failing Desdemona and Bridget and the Thing and all the others that were waiting. Those I'd yet to fail but would surely do so when the crack came round. That was when I felt it. The flash. Sudden image, me, riding in a stolen Merc, doing a wheel twist round a corner, not giving a shit, putting deliberate dents in posh parked cars. I was in Baby Racer, I was right on in there, driving, totally feathered up, living on the dub side. The hatred had fired me, jump-started me. I vazzed open the van hood, disconnected the alarm system. How the fuck did I do that? I opened the back door, and Twinkle and the dog were first on board, first cargo. I lodged Beetle's head on the floor rim, then stepped into the back myself, helping to pull his limp shape inside. Mandy steering the rudder of his legs. She climbed in after him. Beetle made some noises all during this, but I had the shades down. I was climbing back out when Mandy called me over. Scribble, the beetle, his wound, look. There were worms glowing in there, and turning into colours. All the colours you could name. Never mind the beetle just now, you know we got some work to do. What's wrong with you people? Cried the beetle. I'm feeling top-notch. I'm on the case. Just a little pain, that's all. I climbed back out of the van to where Tristan was waiting, Suze in his arms. We worked a gentle body into the van. It was like some kind of ceremony. Tristan followed us, stepping high but sluggish. They were all in. Keep the faith. That's what I said. I don't know why, just said it. Keep the faith. I drove, my hands instruments of Vurt. I parked the van some few feet away from the original space where the old van, the Stashmobile, had found our last resting place. Heavy tyres crunching glass as we came to rest. I heard the back door opening. Seconds later, Tristan appeared at my window. I wound it down, letting his sad-eyed face come close. I'm going to sort some things out, he said. Yeah, sure. You all right? I'm fine. Just keep looking after Suze. It's done. Then he was away, striding out into the darkness. I watched him disappear into the stairwell. A kind of loneliness closed in all around me. Through the windscreen, I watched Bottletown go into bed. Light by light, all along the crescent, lights were going out one by one. Seemed like some kind of mystic code was being played out there on the high-rises, until only the fat moon was left glistening. B called from the back. Are we doing anything, Scribble? Sure, B. We're doing a daily crossword now. Everyone shut the fuck up. Everybody shut the fuck up. Even the beetle. We were waiting on something, each of us, in the moments before the rain. Tristan had been gone half an hour. What the fuck was he doing up there? The first wet spots hit the screen, big, hot coins of it, splattering the glass. I stepped out of the van and the rain felt so good against me skin. I just wanted to shout out loud. I walked over to where the first van had been fired. The ground was well crushed with glass. Tufts of dog fur were caught on the shards of glass, and something had painted the words, Das Uberdog, on the pavement. Me feet were getting cut. Me ankle was aching again. So I rolled up me jean leg to see the wound dripping, like those tiny holes were reopening. Tristan still wasn't back yet. I could hear Beetle crying out in pain from the back of the van, but I just paid him no mind, shades down, other problems. The black rain was dripping from me eyelids into me line of sight, forming a beaded curtain. I hear a noise over to me right, and I turn to see a man walking towards me. At first I think he's a bad guy. He looks that mean. Then I see the dogs coming, 2 of them, leashed to one of his hands. Over one shoulder he carries a shotgun, over the other a canvas bag, in his other hand a spade. And as the stranger approaches, other details fall into place. The smears of paint on his face, in stripes, the look in his eyes, a look of pure momentum like an animal. He takes those last few steps, the ones that bring us near to each other, the difficult steps. I see then his bald head, shining in the moonlight, jabs of colour here and there, bits of blood it looks like. Tristan? Is that you? The stranger doesn't answer me. What you done, man? Where's the hair? Shaved it. The 2 dogs were straining to be set free, howling towards the moon, feeling their blood pulled in waves by its gravity. Tristan's not looking at the moon. He's not looking at the stars, or at the flats, or the van. Tristan's looking at me. I'm his sole intention. You know what I want, Scribble? Yeah? What we all want. A glass of fetish. Clean drugs. Good friends. A hot partner. All that. Something more. A squaring of the tides. Sneak preview. I'm getting word of a new theatre. Hasn't got a name yet. Working title is Bootleg Dreams. I've met the hero figure. His name is Scratch, and he tells a wicked story. This is how it starts. Wendy comes out of the all-night Vurt you want, clutching a bag of goodies. You're a member of this gang of young, hip malcontents. They call themselves the Crash Drivers, so that's what I'm calling this new feather trip. This is one yellow shining journey. Golden yellow. It's a hard life, and most probably you're going to die in this crazy yellow. Be very, very careful. This ride is not for the weak. It's a psycho. A bit like real life. Well, maybe not quite that bad. Some bad things buried out on the moors. Some good things as well. Some innocent things. Some things that didn't want to get buried. Some that did. Some that got buried by accident. By snowfall, or rockfall, or soil slippage. Some that buried themselves, wanting the darkness to fall over their all-seeing eyes. Plenty get buried there, out on the moors. It's where you go when you come from Manchester. And you want to bury, get buried, or be buried. On the way through the night we talked about the wound, the way it was turning, spiralling out from its point of entry, coming in colours like a rainbow, crumbling at the edges in paisley shapes. Some change was coming over the beetle, and it was making him ramble. I'm on a spree. I like it like this. Hey, Scrib, you see me new colours? Sure be. Looking good. I took another glance back, and the colours were glowing, spreading out from Beetle's shoulder, taking charge of him, reaching almost to his elbow on one side, to the back of his neck on the other. Mandy was cradling his head in her palms. The dark air of the van suffused into a soft aura around his body. I turned back to the road and the driving. Didn't really know where we were going, just knew we were getting there. Tristan was saying, I think it's bad, B. Extremely. Shit, don't scare me, man. It feels good. The pain's drifting away. You get that, Trist? No fucking pain. Listen to me. We were listening. Tristan spoke like he didn't want B to hear. You know what that means? It's a Mandel bullet. Murdoch's got him. Jesus. Does it have to be like this? No one escapes it, Scrib. Once bitten, the worm just keeps on growing, spreading, multiplying. You can't stop it. No way. He's going fractal. It's a slow death. Don't say that, please. Don't say that. There's no antidote, Scrib. Mandel bullets were designed to take advantage of the near miss, the wounding shot. Within 24 hours, 48 at the most, the virus in the bullet has taken over the entire metabolism. You're dead. And how? The deepest cut was that those last 24 hours of your life are going to be the best you'd ever lived, as the fractals lit up like a rainbow, giving you visions of glory. And that was why the beetle was singing now, his mind taking over, singing the praises of life. Even in the midst of death, singing praises. You've been talking to my brother, Tristan said, calling me down. I saw him there, at the Slithy Tove. The game cat? You saw him? Oh yes, I can see him. When Geoffrey wants me to see, that is. Geoffrey? Yeah, his real name. The cat's best kept secret. Call him Geoffrey next time. He must probably kill you. He said that he felt for you, that he... Tristan exploded. That man should stay out of my life. That fucker only brings grief. Sure, whatever, Trist. We drove forward in silence for a few minutes. It happened years ago, Tristan said. When we were both young, me younger than him. But both of us hooked on the feathers. One day he found a yellow. Our first yellow. Takshaka. Geoffrey got bitten. Takshaka himself, the king of the snakes, sank 2 fangs into his arm. I should have killed him. Geoffrey took it on board. Worshipped the wound. Fed it on bones and flesh. I think he fell in love with the poison inside him, and it fell in love with him. My brother got addicted then, craving more. and he found curious yellow. Was this inside English voodoo? Yes. He forced me into doing it. And I came down alone. I think he preferred it there. I let him be for a while. But something was nagging at me. The cat was taken into Vurt. But he must have been swapped. That's how it works. Exchange rates. Tristan took his time in answering. I came round in our living room. No, I wasn't alone. There was a woman beside me. A girl, actually. Because this was years ago. Her embrace was powerful. And I gave back the same. She was lovely. That was years ago. This was Susie. Tristan nodded. Suze was a Vurt being. An alien. Just like the thing, but 1,000 times more beautiful. Tristan was crying. Oh, God, Scribble. What am I going to do? Susie. There are no words to add. You can't help that kind of pain. You can only make it worse or bury it. We'd left the trees behind, and the night opened up into a black expanse of moorland. Even the skies were crying now, a dark fall of tears against the windscreen. This is the place, Tristan said. It was a shallow grave, because that was all that Tristan could manage, scraping away with his thin shovel against the layers of dirt. All around our circle, shadows were dancing. The rain was turning the earth into mud, and Tristan was struggling. I tried to help, we all had, but Tristan had pushed us away. We watched as he lowered Suze into the shallow grave. Then he opened the canvas bag and took out the thick tresses of his hair. Then he let them fall into the earth so that they landed softly on her body. He took a small wooden box from the bag and placed this also with the body. All of us gathered round the grave, silent, our minds full up of want. Tristan had the two grown-up dogs on a double lead. I could see his fingers starting to slip. What are you doing? I'm letting them go. We may need them. No, not at all. We're doing this alone. Susie wants it like this. I'm keeping Carly, said Twinkle. Tristan nodded. So I'm watching the two dogs disappearing into the darkness. Twinkle's fingers were tight on Carly's collar, pulling her back from the urge. Tristan's shaved head was splattered with raindrops, but his eyes were dry, focused, tight. I could feel a need coming off him. The dancing crowd, Crush, could just fuck off. That look on Dingo's face when he realised. Just fuck off, you dancing fools, because I was there, with both hands round a grip, two sweaty hands, one finger dry on the trigger. Dingo didn't even know yet that a gun was pointing at him. The Tush Dog fans were dancing. I'd squeezed my way amongst them into the pit, close to the stage, covered in sweat and dog breath. It was bad, but close enough to see his eyes as he sang, and that was all I wanted. I just wanted to see his eyes as he saw me there. Then he caught a glimpse of metal from the crowd. You ever been on the wrong end of a gun? Feels like a tunnel is about to open up and you're going to get sucked in, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's just nothing you can do. Dog music, spluttering to a close, the Dingo hooked on the thing in my hands. You know what I'm after, Dingo, I called. Dingo Tush, the super dog, the high, barking king of dog pop. Well, just take a look, loyal fans. See how he shakes now. Above Dingo's head, a sad mirror ball spun, flinging out lines of light like a broken halo. It was just gone 5 a.m. Dingo Tush was playing an all-nighter in the flesh pot, a low-life dog trucker's stopover down by the canal side, storming through a rush of music, big hits, planet samples, cover versions, all done up in hardware beats. But now the music stops. Now the music fucking stops, Dogstar. Dingo tried to move. I held the gun steady, but inside I was sweating heaven out from me paws, thinking, shit, I've never fired a gun before. Please, Lord, don't let me hurt anybody. And then with a black jolt, I was in gun stroker. A well-black feather, but I was there featherless. Don't move, dogman. You know what I'm looking for. Dingo's eyes were darting to and fro, looking for escape routes. And then he latched onto some movement out in the crowd, and his fangs broke through as he smiled.
I didn't dare risk even a sideways glance, but I guess someone had called the bouncers, and now they were moving in, so it was comforting to find Tristan at my side, his shotgun primed and heavy, and then Twinkle moving up close, her little hands straining on Carly's lead. Carly was a brutal, handsome devil by now, and she did us proud, a fine show of daggered teeth and foaming jaw slush. And then Mandy pushed through the crowd, leading the beetle by the hand. His colours shone out, loud and proud from his spreading wound. I guess the bouncers saw the way it was going. Nobody was bothering us. The crowd was showing a suitable hush. Somebody screamed, then went quiet, sudden-like, as though someone else had jabbed her in the ribs. I was pleased with the effect I was having. It felt like release.
Dingo shouted down, "What are you after?" "Brid and the thing."
"How would I know?" "Dog fucker, tell me where." I could see a few seconds of resistance in his eyes as he contemplated his denial, but I had the gun and he didn't. I guess it makes some kind of difference. "Cosmic debris. No games, Dingo, the address. That's the lot, pure boy." I pulled on the trigger. Just a little, mind. Just a tiny gun-stroker squeeze, enough to activate the red firing light, enough to get the crowd gasping and the Dingo to start screaming, and to end the screaming with the blurted-out message, the address. I eased the trigger back into safety mode, the red light fading to cool mode. "Stash riders, out of here." I was kind of loving this. Outside, into the swirl. At the Fleshpot Canal down by the Old Trafford docks, dozens of boats were tied up along the bank. The floating families selling off stuff, just to make a small life. Some were selling food from barbecue boats. Some were selling love. The down-market version, cheap sluts and rabid studs on deck, and a boat of flowers, a floating garden. I was heading for the back door of the van, ready to let the crew in, but I was getting this bad feeling, like there was something wrong with the number plate or something wrong with my eyes. I couldn't fathom it. Something wrong. I was staring at the number plate, and the numbers were flickering, like they were living numbers. Couldn't work it out. Then I got it. Shadowcop. There was a beam of info firing onto the number plate. I looked around and there was Shaka, working his mechanisms. What now, big leader man? "Stash riders, let's move." I was running through the crowd, away from the van, forcing a path, people yelling out at me, but I wasn't listening, just running on, didn't know where to run to. I was looking all ways, searching for a way out. Cop sirens were playing me all-time least favourite tune. I caught a broken shadow dancing along the edge of me vision. I turned to get that image fixed. There was the Shaka, floating over the market, with the she-cop, Murdoch, close behind, gun in hand. Man, I was getting some serious vipers in me system. Then a voice over by the boats. "Crew cut! This way! Relish it!" I was searching for the voice, the needling voice in the boat stack. Then my eyes were following the sound to its likely source, finding the sign on the masthead. Chef Barney. I ran towards the boat, dragging the posse on. Chef Barney was on deck, waving us aboard. We clambered onto the swaying vessel, and I was almost certain I'd brought everybody with me. Twinkle? Yeah. Carly with her? Yeah. Mandy? Yeah. Bea? Yeah. Tristan? Tristan? You there, me friend? Seems not. Chef Barney cut the line. "Wait!" I called. But I called it late. Way too late. And as we were drifting away, I watched the Tristan stepping out from the crowd, his gun lodged in his arms, firm and solid. "Tristan!" Guy took no notice. He had the she-cop in his sights, and he wanted payment for the loss. Tristan let loose that shotgun. It made a pretty flame in the morning's light. Murdoch dived behind the body of a family saloon, away from the fire. Other cops were coming in. Tristan was jiggling the gun mechanism, ready for another shot. Too late. Too slow. I was catching all this from the widening water. The cops were beating down on Tristan with spikes. All I could do was watch. I turned my eyes away. Barney was there at the helm, wheel in hand. "Where you taking us, Chef?" "Home." Home? Where's that then? And the river was a vein of blood under the sun. Eyes opening to a flicker. Colours,
Shapes of faces, people laughing. The television was on. I'm sitting in a deep velvet armchair in the corner of a small living room, watching through half-open eyes. The television was a matte black model with chrome trim, a real collector's item. The kids down on the rug were screaming with joy, the dog's tail wagging. The living room door opened and Barney came into the room. He was followed by a woman. She was carrying a tray of food and Barney had a bottle of wine and some glasses. The woman's hair was green, emerald green. She put the tray down for me on a small glass coffee table. The food went with the room. Plates of meat and fish, spiced vegetables, crispy salads, ginger and garlic pastes, fruit and nuts, crumbling cheeses, apple pie with a cinnamon custard. Chef Barney smiled. You awake now, crew cut? You were out cold. All of you were. Where's Beetle? Beetle's in the bedroom. This is our home, and this is me wife, Lucinda. She smiled. She had a perfect face. So did Barney. They were all smiles. The room where they lived was a hive of comfort. The room was drenched in age-old colours, and it suddenly came to me. This isn't real. It's just not real. Barney smiled, proud of it. That's right. This is what I am. He lifted up his arm to me, and with the other hand, he peeled off a section of the flesh, showing me the workings underneath. Nanogerms popping along the veins of his blood, the synthetic bones flexing. Robo! Barney was a robo! A robo chef! He tapped his tight skull. Inside here are all the best recipes of all the best chefs in this world. I am their depository. This is Roboville, crew. I think the pure call it Toy Town, isn't that right? Lucinda spoke. Don't let Barney scare you. But it was too late for that. I was almost retching. The Robo-man took a step towards me. Isn't it funny, the way the pure reacts to Robo? You think we were dirty or something, given their reaction? I didn't know about that. Only that I had to get some distance between us, back to where Shadow and Thing were waiting. Tell me the way out of here. I've got something to do. I don't think that's possible, said Barney. Beetle's in a bad way. Lucinda shook her head. He isn't that pure. Was she referring to me or the Beetle? There were chains and handcuffs arranged along the walls of the bedroom. A collection of whips lay spread out on a bedside cabinet. Beetle was strapped to the bed with 6 strong tethers. He was flat on his back, and the colours were pouring out of his skin in blades of light. Seemed like half his body was taken over by now, alive with fractals. Scribble, my babe. Good to see you up and about. You're going to loosen these ties a little? I feel like walking some. I guess not. The virus was getting to his mind now, making him feel like a superhero. It's for your own good, B. Don't want you jumping off tall buildings. Yeah, that's me. The shining man. That Barney did a real good job. Hey, maybe he's a bondage freak. Then his voice dropped. I know the final score, kid. That she-cop bitch really laid one on me. I guess this is Cheerio time. Shit, babe, but I feel good. That's the twister. It does that to you, I said. And his colours were burning on me face. Me tears were warm as they trickled down me skin, evaporating in the glare. I know it, Scrib, but you know what else? I feel like going out and stealing back Shadow Girl and the alien. I feel like going out strong, in a blaze. His fingers were hot as I clenched my hand around them, feeling the colours shifting freely back and forth between us. But I kept my hand there anyway, taking the heat, which was like taking all the spectrums. I was standing by the canal side, drawing breath, watching the water slap listlessly against the stone. It was a turgid, outgoing tide, sweet and rank. Debris bobbed along, not really getting anywhere. One piece looked just like a human forearm. Over the water I could see the opposite bank, where earlier, some way downstream, we'd lost the Tristan to the enemy. Lights were playing faintly there, as some other kinds of people led themselves a normal life. I needed some intake, so I reached into me pocket for me 10-pack of napalms, me fingers falling instead on the soft flights of a feather. I pulled the feather loose and held it up against the moon. It was silver to the very edge. I think the moon was a little jealous, because it hid its face behind a ragged cloud. I thought about the game cat. What had he called it? Sniffing General. Just do it. What? Nothing here. Darkness. Nothing here. There's nothing here, for fuck's sake. Darkness. Falling. I'm not here. There's not even me here. Just the thought that I might be here. I think. Or don't think. No, don't stop thinking. Scribble. Because then even you won't be here anymore. Don't stop thinking. No. Not falling. Floating. In the darkness. Where the fuck am I? You're here. Thinking about here. Keep thinking. But who's doing the thinking for me? You are, Scribble. Darkness. A single star of light up ahead. Where's up? Where's ahead? Where is my head? This is my head. And the star's inside my head.
Loading, Sniffing General. Please be patient.
Right. Silver star. Just like a cursor. That's it. I'm in a feather. I am a feather. The silver star is scrolling.
1. Edit. 2. Clone. 3. Help. 4. Door. 5. Map. 6. Escape. Please select.
I'm thinking about the number 4. 4 for a door. Remember that. Why? Well, just remember it.
This option will allow you access through doors between theatres. Please select. 1. Blue. 2. Black. 3. Pink. 4. Silver. 5. Life. 6. Cat. 7. Yellow. 8. Hobart.
5 is alive. 5 is alive. Remember that. I'm thinking about the number 7 because of Desdemona, who...
I'm sorry, insufficient coding access. Please reselect.
I'm thinking about the number 8, just for the hell of it.
I'm sorry, insufficient coding access. And anyway, Hobart is in a meeting just now. Please reselect and stop wasting my time.
I'm thinking about the number 6.
That's okay. Loading. Please hold on.
What? Christ.
Falling, really falling now, down through layers of darkness, more and more stars in the sky, as I rush through more and more, until the darkness has drained away, and I'm falling through the silverness. A door opening in the silver. Through. Sniffing General was sitting at his desk, pushing something round with his paper knife. He was a small man, not much hair, thick glasses covering his eyes, and he didn't bother to look up as I came into his office.
You've got a nerve. I mean, asking to see Hobart, that's ridiculous. He'd finished with the knife now, and he was gazing down at his desk almost lovingly, a line of blue choke powder on a small shaving mirror. There was a door in the wood panelling behind him, fitted out with frosted glass. The words, Game Cat, were etched onto a small brass plate fixed just below the glass. Is the Game Cat in? He rolled up a £10 note.
I don't like people wasting my time. Do you think I haven't got work to do?
Oh, I'm a personal friend of the cat's. That made him look up. He'd already stuck the note up his left nostril.
Oh, they all are. They all claim to know the Game Cat. None of them do, of course.
Tell Geoffrey I'm here.
Geoffrey?
Yeah, tell him I've come to visit. The Sniffing General considered it for a moment, and then pressed a button on his desk and whispered into an intercom. I heard the cat answering from the speaker, but it was all lost in static. Sniffing General seemed to get the gist of it.
Game Cat will see you now.
There's a room in England somewhere, but it's nowhere to be seen. It exists only in the mind, and only in the mind of those that have been there. This is where the Game Cat lives, surrounded by his objects, swapped objects,
kitchen sinks and golf clubs, stuffed animals and antique globes, fishing rods and bus tickets. All the paraphernalia of England that the cat has gathered around him, swapped in countless desperate deals from all the people that had come to visit, seeking solace. I was just the latest. Scribble. So nice of you to make it. Gamecat was sitting in a wicker armchair, with a balloon glass of deep red wine in his hand. He was wearing a purple smoking jacket, and get this, he had tartan slippers on his feet. You know what I want, Cat? You should drink more wine, Scribble. Oh, I know that fetish is all the rage these days amongst the children, but really, only wine does the job. It certainly eases the pain, my kittling. Ah, how the children love that talk. Give me that fucking yellow. Really, I will not stand for this. Shall I call the General? Do what the fuck you like, just give me the curious. He will have you removed. It's quite painful, if I remember. Cat, I want curious now. He looked at me. I don't have curious yellow. And there was something in his eyes. Some injury. Maybe he was telling the truth. No, he was lying. Liar. Tristan told me you're hooked on it. He took a sip from his wine glass, like he didn't care. You know where Tristan is, Cat. He got captured. I know, yes. I told you to help him, Scribble. I tried. Did you? The cat knew how to hit me. Losing Susie was too much for him, I said. I can imagine. Can you? Yes. I can imagine. I was getting a picture of a man without connections. Someone to whom real life was some kind of hideous prank played by a cruel god. And so from a very early age the Vurt must have seemed like heaven, like the touch of a strong hand. Tak Shakabite must have seemed like a gift, and the chance of getting lost, getting swapped, was all too much. Well, that's quite an interesting theory, Scribble. Doesn't it remind you of somebody? I want Desdemona back. How very poetic. You bastard! With a heavy sigh, the cat raised himself out of the wicker chair and walked over to an antique wooden cabinet with 5 drawers. He pulled open the top drawer. This is my collection. I walked over to the cabinet. The drawer was divided into sections, each section lined with purple velvet, each section labelled. It was a series of nests, and in each nest lay a feather. In this first drawer, all the feathers were blue. It was like looking into the sky, seeing the glints of the day there. People come to me for feathers, special ones, dreams that they think will save them. They give me gifts in return. He closed the top drawer and opened the second. Black feathers lay glistening there, like looking into the night. Closed that one, opened the third. Pink feathers, like looking into the flesh. He opened the 4th drawer, silver feathers, like looking into the moon. Then closed the 4th layer, opened the last. Gold. My eyes dancing, catching the waves. Golden feathers, like looking into the sun. Only 2 of the names meant anything to me. Curious and Tak Shaka. The section marked Curious was empty. Where is it? I asked. Gamecat closed the door. Tristan stole it from me. Didn't you know that? He didn't like what Curious had done to me. And of course he's very jealous of me, being at a lower level, you see? Stuck to the real. Where is it now? I have the impression that he wanted to save the whole world from it. He is an innocent. I just want to know where it is. He threw it away. You saw him do it. You were there. Stop this. You think that I'm not helping you. In fact, I'm doing all I can. I looked deep into the Gamecat's eyes and saw the answer there. It was way deep, but I managed it. Because really, it was inside of me, and that was where I had to look. My God. Indeed, you were very close. He smiled and nodded. You will come back to me, won't you, young man? This is your proper place. Really, you are a natural. I would prefer the real world, and Desdemona. Ah, yes, the draw of the physical. Of course, I could come down and give you a hand now and again, my brother. You understand? No, this is mine. No feathers, nothing. Don't even consider it, cat. I was heading for the door. One last thing, young man. Yeah, I know. Be careful, be very, very careful. You got me, my kitling. There are only 5 pure modes of being, and all are equal in value. To be pure is good. It leads to a good life. But who wants a good life? Only the lonely. And so therefore, we have the 5 levels of being, and each layer is better than the one before, the deeper, the sweeter, the more completer. First level is the purest level, where all things are separate and so very unsexy. There are only 5 pure states, and their names are dog, human, robo, shadow, and vurt. Second level is the next step. It happens because the modes want to have sex with other modes, different modes, otherness modes. Except they don't always use vase, so these babies get born second-level creatures. Or sometimes the modes get grafted together. Whatever. Second-level beings go one better in the knowledge stakes. There are 10 second-level beings, and their names are Dogman, Robo-Dog, Dog-Shadow, Vurt-Dog, Robo-Man, Shadow-Man, Vurt-Man, Robo-Shad, Robo-Vurt, and Shadow-Vurt. Chances are you, the listener, are a second-level being of some kind. But you just want to have sex, right? Which delivers the next level, the third level, of which there are 10 modes also. Robo-Dogman, Shadow-Vurt-Dog, Dogman-Vurt, Robo-Dog-Shadow, Robo-Vurt-Dog, Shadow-Vurt-Dog, Robo-Man-Shad, Robo-Man-Vurt, Shadow-Man-Vurt, and Robo-Shadow-Vurt. These are the middle beings, where most creatures get stuck. They just haven't the spirit to go beyond. Except, of course, some just can't stop having sex, which gives birth to the 4th level, of which there are only 5 modes, each missing only one element, and their names are Flake, Dunce, Squid, Spanner, and Float. Hey, what did you want? More big mouthfuls? 4th level beings are deep beauties, and I should know because the cat is one. Which kind? Hey, what is this, Gift Week? You'll be asking who Hobart is next. I know, I'm a tease. That's how I make my living. Beyond all this lies the 5th level. 5th level beings have 1,000 names, because everyone calls them something different. Call them what you like. You're never going to meet one. 5th level beings are way up the scale of knowledge, and they don't like to mingle. Maybe they don't even exist. The cat? He calls the 5th level Alice, because that was my mother's name, and it's the thing we all spring from and try to get back to. You got a problem with that name? So make up your own. I checked the flower clock on the wall. Only 5 petals had fallen. Seemed like I'd been in the silver for an hour or more, but that's the Vurt for you. It does strange things to time. I went into the beetle's room. He was struggling against his chains, desperate to get out of there, but still too fleshy, too human. He couldn't quite make it, not without my help. I guess I'd always wanted him in this position, dependent on me. But now it brought no pleasure. Time come, Scrib. Definitely, I answered. I led the beetle down along the canal side.
There was an old clapped-out ice cream van there, like a tin corpse. The beetle breached it. He didn't use Vaz beyond that now, and the hood seemed to open up for him like a slow seduction. He reached inside, and I saw some colours shining. They flowed from his fingers, touching wires inside, and then the engine choked into a small life. "You know what, Scrib? I really feel some juice tonight." So we used that juice to drive out to the moors again. Me and Twinkle and Mandy and the beetle up front just like it should be. Beetle rode the van along the same tyre tracks of the morning's ride, coming to a perfect stop some 10 feet away from the grave. I stepped out alone, telling the crew to keep the engine turning. The mound of soil, me hands digging into the soil, bringing up clumps of mud, scraping the mud onto the earth, moving on, sod by sod, until me fingernails were black and fragile and the world was opening up beneath me. Found her body there, Susie's. Strands of hair mixed in with the soil, a sweet face rising out of the dirt as I brushed the traces of earth away from her, me hand hitting against hard wood, the little wooden box. It was hand-carved from mahogany, the top etched into the shape of a howling dog. No lock, just a small brass clasp. I clicked aside the clasp and then lifted the lid. Yellow. A glint of yellow amidst the darkness. It was small and neat, just like I remembered, its golden flights enwrapping me, burnishing the air with colours and dreams. Curious yellow. I have you. We were coming in colours. Beetle up front, just like the old days, but this was something new, something else altogether. Felt like I was riding home in the back of a clapped-out Mr. Whipping van, a golden feather in one hand, Beetle's gun in the other, 2 bullets left. Beetle was working the wheel with a hot touch. His spectrum was widening, his skin crumbling at the edges. I'd persuaded him to wear his black frock coat and to pull his hat down real tight. Mandy had wrapped a large scarf round his face. Lucinda had given us the scarf and hat along with a pair of neat sunglasses. The beetle had these on as well, and his leather gloves. Flashes of colour were seeping through the gaps in his clothing, but it'd do. We were speeding the Wilmslow Road at a jammer pace, back towards Manchester and the address in me pocket, except the beetle wasn't on jammers anymore. He didn't need that shit, not with a bullet in him. "Are we going after the Bridner thing now, Scribble?" asked Twinkle. "That's the score, kidder." We rode down Fallowfield Hill like demons, down into Rusholme, past the Platt Fields, towards the Curry Shoot. Every car we passed had flags waving from the windows, Pakistani flags. Inside each car, families of Asians were laughing and shouting, and the cars were sounding their horns. A real heavy cop presence. "What's happening, Mandy?" I asked. "Eid, baby. It's the end of Ramadan, the end of fasting. The people go a bit crazy and sometimes it kicks off. That's why the cops are here. They seal off the Curry Shoot, but it just spills over." Gangs of Asian kids were lining the pavements, cheering the cars and the flags. So Beetle found the button that worked the van's music. The kids really freaked out then. They waved us on like we were some kind of ice cream chariot of the gods, dancing to the tune of Popeye the Sailor Man, played at fever pitch. We got through okay, and then a slow right onto the Yew Tree Road. Cops were out of it by now, the roads were quiet. Right from Yew Tree onto Claremont Road, I told the beetle to slow it even more. Way ahead at the top of Claremont, you could see where the cops had sealed off Wilmslow Road. Hundreds of Asians moving beyond the roadblocks. "Kill that Popeye shit as well," I added. Silence coming in as the music faded. "There's the one," I said. The van came to a smooth stop. Carly started to whine. "Here we are. Sunday evening, the 1st of June, 10:30 on the night of Eid." The road was pretty much our own now. The house was 3 stories tall over the top of a junk shop called Cosmic Debris. A tight alley opened up between this house and the next, barred by a wooden gate topped with wire. Dog fluff fluttered on the barbs. "Are we really here, Scribble?" asked Twinkle. I looked back to find her, but all I saw was Carly. The robo bitch was down on her stomach, rubbing the van floor like a snake. Her forelegs were stretched out flat, her hind legs were raised up, tail aloft, her arse on view, pink and pouting. Twinkle saw her. "I think she's smelling something. I think she's on heat." "Yeah, we're here, and we're all on heat." Twinkle and Carly went to the door first. There was a kind of alcove with the door to the shop on one side and the door to the upstairs flat on the back. Above the door someone had pinned a printed notice saying, "Pure Free Zone." Below that was tacked a piece of paper with the words, "You not got dog, fuck off," scrawled in thick, clumsy letters. Above the letterbox was an ornate iron scrollwork sign, "Chez Chien." Twinkle pressed the bell. You couldn't hear the bell, so you just had to believe it was working. The door opened a little, held back by a heavy chain. 2 dark, wet eyes stared out at us. "What want? What want?" You could see the slaver dripping as he spoke. Twinkle rose up like a true star to the occasion. "We got a young bitch, you want to buy some?" There was a pause. "Let hear some." So Twinkle pressed Carly up close to the door gap and let her sound off there. That bitch howled like a sex goddess, like a pornovurt. The door dog was whining back, full up of heat and want. He vanished for a second, then the chain hung loose and the door yawned open on a breath of rank air. We went on through. The door dog had us trapped now, in a tight dark space. Behind him, a set of stairs faded into the darkness. The stench was thick, almost physical, and the dogman's eyes were glinting in front of mine. The door dog had a heap of dog in him, a whole heap. He was standing upright on 2 clenched hind legs, and that was just about the most human thing about him. He patted each of us down in the small hallway. Finding nothing on Mandy and Twink, finding the gun on me, he took the gun away in his clumsy paws, and he hung it on a coat hook, and then he shooed us up the dark stairway. "Top floor." I took 1 step forward, and felt the soft squelch as I brought me foot down. Oh, yuck. The stairs were covered in dog shit. So were me shoes. So I followed Twinkle like a mad dancer, 1 foot here, 1 there, between the dung heaps, moving up to the dim landing. The top step led straight into the kitchen. 3 dogmen were eating there out of bowls at the table. You could smell the meat as they were eating it, and lumps of it were falling on the floor as they slobbered at it. The smell was sweet to me nostrils, but I couldn't work out why. It was certainly having an effect on them. The more they ate, the more they howled. I don't think they even knew we were there. Carly took 1 sniff into the kitchen and raced out of the room, following some more succulent dog scent, along a corridor, and then up the next flight of steps. Twinkle pulled along by a tight lead. A tiny noise. There, listen. A tiny noise just coming in, almost lost in the howling from the kitchen. I pressed my ear against the left side door. There it was. The sound of alien flesh rubbing up the wrong way against planet Earth. I pushed the door open, slowly. I went into the room. There was a smell of bad meat, a rancid haze that clogged at the senses, bringing thoughts of death. The thing was in the room. I could hear him calling me, in that strange tongue. The room was dark, dark, as all the rest, but I could just make him out there, his fat bulk. In the shadows I saw a thin shape moving. It was bent over near the thing. A dull glint came from its fingers. I saw the snout dribbling, a slow turn of its thin, long face. The shape howled, high-pitched. My eyes adjusted to the darkness. It was a young dog boy, and he was crouched over a bed. The thing was tied down to the bed with old dog leads. Dog boy had a bread knife in his paws, and he was cutting chunks from the thing's stomach. Beside the bed lay a bowl. Some meat was in there already. Those dogs were eating the thing, bit by bit, letting him regenerate between meals, and then cutting some more muscle off, taking that featherless flight into Vurt, direct to the flesh. Something snapped just then. Something happened. Not sure what, but during it, I felt the cut of the bread knife on my arm. Didn't hurt, though. The dog boy was howling as I picked him up. "Go take a flying fuck, dog shit." Dog boy made a fat sound against the wallpaper and then slid and crumpled. He lay there, broken, whimpering. I went over to the thing. My arm just starting to hurt now, but I managed the straps all right, cutting them with the bread knife. The thing didn't move, didn't even make a noise. He just lay there, weak-hearted. He'd lost a ton of weight over the last weeks, eating away.
I unwound the leads from the bed and then wrapped them round his soft body a few times, making a harness. The thing was muttering now, in that thick tongue of his. I tickled him on the stomach where he liked it, and then I slipped the leads around one shoulder and then around the other, took a deep breath and pulled him up. I walked back to the landing to fetch Twinkle and Carly. Up the next flight to the top floor, 2 doors waiting. The floor had been cleaned recently and it made a nice change to be stepping lightly. The door, straight ahead, had a flicker of blue light round the jamb, and the slightest hint of dog smell coming through, mixed in with flowers. The thing was weighing down on my shoulders. I heard Dingo's latest love ballad, Venus in Fur, playing softly. And then the voice. "Is that you, Scribble?" Bridget's voice, from behind the door. I had the thing. I had Curious Yellow. I could have just ridden out of there. Instead, I went on through. Bridget was lying on a ruffled bed wearing just a man's white shirt and a lace of shadow smoke. The room was dark except for the play of light coming from the candle on the window ledge. It had an azure flame, the palest blue light gently shining over the room. There was a man lying in the bed, covered by sheets. He had a handsome face on him, long brown hair, maybe just a trace of dog. One hand lovingly stroked Bridget's neck, while the other held open a book, the Sonnets of John Donne. The bedroom looked clean and human in the candle's glow, full of the smell of flowers and incense. The aroma of dogs still lingered, like one of Dingo's bass notes. Carly was on the bed with the young couple. She was trying to nudge the sheet back, getting her nose under there, her pink arse on display. Twinkle was sitting in an armchair watching Carly's game. I was watching all this from out on the landing, with the bread knife still clutched tight in my right hand. "We've come to take you out of here," I said. Bridget's mouth was full of smoke, giving me that old-time sleepy smile. "Yeah? Look at the thing, they've been eating him." "How's the beetle these days, Scribble? He's still pushing you round?" "Beetle's doing fine." What was I supposed to say? Beetle's on his last moments. He desperately wants to see you again before he dies of the colours, so why don't you just come easy? Would that have worked? And where the hell was that guy, anyway? "Uber, this is me friend Scribble. Scribble, this is Uber. Good morning, sir." His voice, lightly dog-touched. "May I say how pleased I am to be in your company." "How could you do this, Brid?" Bridget turned her sleeping eyes full onto me, and in the blue light they looked like jewels. "Uber is so very good, he takes me places." "Yeah, to a dog-shit hole like this." Uber threw the blankets back. He caught Carly in his arms as he rolled out of the bed. Carly didn't mind. That robo bitch was in love. She let herself be tumbled over onto his lap. Uber was a beautiful creature. A perfect split, straight across the middle. Sometimes it happens like that, once in 1,000 matings. He was human from the waist up, dog from the waist down. Carly was nuzzling up close to him. He moved his head away from her, giving me a slow look. "I've been so looking forward to this. Bridget tells me stories about you. I must say I do find them rather amusing. She has a high regard for you." I didn't answer. "Put down the food, please, sir." "I can't, I need the thing." "You call him a thing. That shows little respect. Food is most precious, and should be treated accordingly." "Fuck you." Uber closed his eyes fully for a moment while stroking Carly on his lap. "This is a luscious robo-bitch. I thank you for bringing her to me." And as he spoke, he was moving his fingers between Carly's hind legs. "I'm walking out of here," I said. "I'm taking the thing with me." Uber was stroking Carly on the neck, the underside, where she loved it the most. "Don't let me do this." He tightened his grip, and at first the Carly let it happen, thinking it a touch of love, but then feeling it for what it was, an act of torture. Uber's fingers were squeezing on the windpipe, and his claws were coming out, pricking tiny jewels of blood from Carly's neck. He had an expert's knack of finding the soft flesh between the plastic bones. "I am das Uberdog. The world is my shitting place." I made a struggling move under the digging weight of the thing, but Twinkle beat me to it. She launched herself forward, hurling herself at Das Uber with all her young strength. Uber bent a powerful dog-muscled leg in two and sent Twinkle screaming backwards to land at me feet. Blood from Carly's neck was leaking from Das Uber's long human fingers. "What is your reading of the situation, sir?" "I think you smell like shit," I said. "Thank you." So I turned around. Twinkle was clutching at me legs trying to stop me, crying out, "Scribble, Scribble, don't leave us!" But I just turned round and walked away. Some things are more important than others, and if that makes me bad, then let it stand. I was heading back down the stairs, the weight of the thing on my shoulders and back almost pulling me over. Cold, like stone. Twinkle was crying from above, but I was down on the first landing now, carrying the weight. Felt like I was carrying Desdemona herself. That's how I pictured it. The swap already made, just to get the blood pumping. Where was Mandy? Where was Twinkle? Where was the Beetle? Where was the Bridget? Why was I doing this alone? And then Uber's howl from the top story. Sounded like a siren's cry refused in love, the scrabbling of his dog claws on lino and floorboards, me taking a lurching race for the last stairs where the front door lay waiting, and the door dog was turning to see what all the howling was about. Thing was, he was just a little bit busy, because Mandy was happily wrapped around him, one hand reaching down, stroking him between his legs. "Thanks for the help, Mandy. Appreciate it." But then I saw that her other hand was reaching for the coat hook, where the Beetle's flame gun hung, and I changed all that around. "Do it, girl, do it." I could hear the dogs getting close behind as I raced down, stumbling under the burden of the thing, slipping on dog shit, making a slide of it, heading straight for the door dog. A strong, human hand reached around and grabbed me neck. Me face was jerked back, and I was looking straight into the eyes of Das Uber dog. That's when the lights came on. A scorching brilliance, every lamp shining down with a fierce radiance, dazzling in rainbows of colours. "Beetle, was that your work, my man?" I heard dogs behind me, howling in pain, sounded like a bad jerk-out, but not Uber. He took it, unblinking, and I felt his claws digging in at me throat. I brought me right hand up and backwards in a sweeping arc, the bread knife lodged solid in me fingers. Too slow, sucker. The knife went in, hard against the flesh, somewhere on his left cheek, hit bone, slipped, cut through into the jawline. Blood on my face, Das Uber howling, me twisting the knife, hard. I was free of the grip now, so I heaved the thing back up, letting go of the knife and started for the door again. The door dog had struggled free, and Mandy, he was shielding his eyes from the glare with one forepaw, struggling up the stairs, his other paw flailing round in front of him. And that's when Mandy delivered good. "Do it, girl." First, the flash of bright hot light, then the exploding air, the noise of it enough to kill, then the howling scream of door dog as he's thrown up the stairs by the force. He bangs against me and then drops. In the centre of his back, a black and ragged hole is burning, flame bullet. I stepped over the body of door dog and joined Mandy at the bottom. She was standing with legs apart, gun in both hands. At the top of the stairs I could see the dogs scuffling about in panic, banging into walls, their half-cut brains struggling with messages. Behind them, Bridget and Twinkle were standing. Twinkle had Carly by her side. Robo-dog looked okay, a bit wobbly, some blood on its fur. Bridget called from the landing, "You hurt, Uber?" He didn't answer. Didn't even look around, just put one paw down on the next step. Mandy had the gun well aimed, but I could see her shaking some. "One more step, dog breath, and it's the big kennel." Uber raised his paw, staring her straight in the eye. He could see the sweat on her face and the shake in her arms. He started to bring down the paw. Bridget shouted, "She'll do it, Uber! I know her! These are my friends!" He stopped then, looked back up the stairs towards his lover. His fine and sleepy-eyed shadow girl lover, and I wonder what thoughts she had found there, inside that dog man. I think she was the purest thing he'd ever known. And when he turned back to us, you could see that something had changed. Something had clouded over in those deep eyes. He stepped back to a higher level. "You coming down, Twinkle?" I shouted. Bridget nodded when Twinkle looked at her, so the young kid came down the stairs, followed by the robo-dog, and Das Uber stepped aside to let her pass, just like a man should do. For what I've lost, and for what I've taken, a part of this story is for you, Bridget, wherever you are. Mandy tucked the gun into the back of her jeans, and then opened the front door. She went through, taking Twinkle with her and the Carly dog. I followed, the thing on me back. He was squirming around on there like he knew he was going home, like he knew that we were going out there into the dark of Claremont to where the ice cream van lay waiting. But there was another car parked close by, a black and white job. Another one just down the road. Cop cars. A beam of light came whirling into position, trapping us there. Shadow beam, full intensity, info flickering over me face, searching for clues of fear. She-cop Murdoch was waiting for us, over by a street lamp, gun in hand. 4 real-life cops standing by the cars. Tack Shacker Shadow Cop, flooding out from the roof of one of the police cars, and he was smiling that smoky smile as he transmitted, "Do not move, you are under arrest." I was standing in the doorway of the doghouse, my hands tight round Twinkle's shoulders and chest. Carly was snarling at the Shadow Cop, but keeping it under control. Mandy was in front of us out in the rain some, so that I could see that her hair was getting a sheen on it. Behind me, the Turdsville door was still open, but I couldn't chance a move, not with Tack Shacker beaming me. "Shame about Tristan," Murdoch said. Her hair was drenched to the bone. She looked like a near-death drowning, and the intense look of purpose on her dog-ripped face was starting to tell me something. "Is it, Murdoch?" "Yeah. Died during custody, hung himself from the window bars." "I'll bet." But my heart was falling fast into despair, and I felt the world slip to one side slightly, like maybe the rain was falling sideways. Some things take a life to arrive, and a part of this story's for you, Tristan. I was getting the story now. She-cop had gone into personal mode. I think she was waiting for a move from us, a legit reason to blow. Colours playing on the edge of me vision. "Murdoch, I'm getting a gun online he's carrying." Shacker's beams were playing over me, trying to find that lost gun. He seemed to be ill at ease in the night air, as though his real home was the Tack Shacker Vurt, and this was just rain-soaked, boring life. "You want to use it, Scribble?" "I couldn't beat you, Murdoch. You're the best." "You just made a big mistake, Shadowfuck, leaving Mandy in the shade and not bothering about the house corner where the colours were playing." I caught a glimpse of movement as Mandy pulled the gun from the back of her jeans, keeping it hidden behind her back. "Be careful, soldier. Just one bullet left." Murdoch smiled, and then... "Murdoch!" The Beetle's voice, full of colours. The she-cop turned her head just a fraction over towards the side of the building. We all turned then to see the Beetle in his glory. He was naked. His body was a blaze of shapes, ever-changing. Beetle was no longer flesh. He was the shining man, the walking firework. The darkness fused and popped all around as he moved, through a halo of fire, and the rain turned to sparks when it hit his skin. Best of all, the Beetle was walking with that loose-limbed stash rider cool that I never did master. Flair. My man had flair. "Murdoch!" he shouted. "Leave them alone!" The flesh cops were shocked and blinded. One of them tried to grab Beetle. "Bad move, buddy." Just one touch and that cop was sizzling. He went through all the colours before dropping to the pavement. Cop sure left a beautiful corpse. In the confusion, I pulled Twinkle backwards towards the open door. She had Carly by the lead. "Get in the house, kid. I mean it." I dragged her back with the dog, getting between them and the trouble. One of the other flesh cops got it together, lost it, went for panic mode, started firing. The Beetle didn't even jerk from the impact. Pieces of his body flew apart from the force of the bullet, colours raging. Beetle just carried straight on as more cops opened fire. He was almost on Murdoch now, and she was firing at him as well. He caught the round full on, and his body was blown apart, splintering into a shower of fractals. And the colours were draining from my life, into the spaces, the Beetle's voice coming through. My name, written in a cloud of sparks in the night air, in the Manchester night air, and then falling away to nowhere where the angels live. Murdoch started to turn again towards us, bringing the gun around, but Mandy was already out there, on the edge of nothing, as she pulled the gun around, activating. Noise and flame, a bullet tracing out a path of fire. And as I was falling back, under the weight of the thing, into the hallway, I saw Murdoch's body catch that flame bullet, full on, in the heart's place. Suck on that, bitch cop. Murdoch screaming. And then the explosion of gunfire as the cops took Mandy. Her body was blown back, blood and flesh exploding all across the walls as she bounced against the bottom stairs, coming to rest at our feet. And then I was kicking the door shut, bullets punching black holes into the wood, a rain of splinters, hard as glass. I was hitting home the door bolt, but already the guns were letting up. I was down, flat on the floor by now, the thing cushioning me, Twinkle alongside and Carly, Mandy in my arms getting crushed. No use. Still didn't bring her back. For Mandy and the Beetle, Stash Riders are part of this for you. The firing stopped, and Shaka's transmission came through loud and angry, almost human. "We have you! Come out clean! No other way!" Dogs howling from the stairs above. Das Uberdog and Bridget were standing on the landing above, surrounded by wailing half-dogs. The full pack had gathered, making a vicious gang. "Come out clean, or come out dirty. There is no other way, no other way." "Want to bet?" They gave us maybe 2 seconds to consider before putting one single bullet through like a warning. Twinkle screamed. "Don't let it scare you, Twink." "I'm not scared, Mr. Scribble. Don't you get it?" I looked her deep in those strong eyes. "Keep screaming, kidder." Twinkle screamed like a wounded child. "Let up, Shaka, we got a young kid in here. That cunt just wounded her." "Sorry about that, Scribble. We got some sad cops out here, just lost one of our best. Got no problem with the young girl. Send her out. We'll get her to hospital." "I can't trust you on that." "Why ever not?" I let him wait 5 seconds before answering. "Okay, Shaka. I'm sending the kid out. Go easy, no tricks." We will. "She's in a bad way." "Take your time." That was all I needed. I ran up the stairs, dragging the Twinkle along behind me, past Das Uberdog, who had his charges in hand, waiting for the call-up. Those mad dogs were howling at his fingertips, baying for blood, cop blood. Worst enemy, best meat. And as I passed, Das Uber was already leading the dogs down towards the front door. Carly was looking at the pack as they descended. Robodog had a yearning look in her eyes. "You want to go with him, Carly?" asked Twinkle. Carly leapt for the chance, heading down the stairs after Das Uberdog. Police were expecting a young kid to come out, but they were getting a pack of cop-eaters. I wonder how they coped with that. "You got another way out, Brid?" She smiled at me, and then gave me the answer. Shadow Girl didn't even have to open her mouth. We were running through a soft mud. Didn't even want to think about it. Smelt like the world gone bad. Bridget had led us to this cellar, down from a pantry door set in the kitchen wall. Sparks of colour coming from the fuse box as we passed. Beatles colours. Did good, my man. I was wading after Twinkle, heading for the light ahead, the soft glow of street lamps shining through the swung-back doors set in the cellar's roof. Following Twinkle up the steps, faint glint of the Beatles' colours shining from the door's sprung locks, we emerged into a garden, overgrown with tall weeds. I hope that you dogmen took some cops out that day, and that some of you are still running free. An open gate in the back wall led onto a small street. Don't ask me its name. It's enough that we took it. The thing was weighing heavy on me, Twinkle racing ahead. I knew these little back streets fairly well because they were clustered at the back of the Rusholme Gardens flat. We took a left, then a right into Heel Place, down that out into Platt Lane, the park just over the road from us. The streets were still full up of Asian kids, and there were lights and noise coming from the park, the deep rhythms of Bangra dog songs. No cops. I had the thing. I had the yellow feather. All I needed was a quiet and private space, and time enough to take them both. But first, some distance between ourselves and any stray cops, so I headed into the Bangra crowd. It must have been getting on for midnight now, but those kids were still dancing. They were high on Eid, and young Asian life pulsed through them. They let us pass. They were laughing and pointing. The white guy with a strange lump on his back, the young kid racing ahead. I guess we looked like fun of some kind. That's all right. I can handle that. They let us through anyway towards the paths that led down to the boating lake. Almost there. A shot of light ringing through the rain, bringing a breath of fire to me ear. Turned,
Enough to see a flesh cop, flame gun, blazing with info. Everything was wet and hazy, all bleached out in the moonlight. A violet and green shadow playing on the grass in front of me. Shaka cop. He was in full tack shaka yellow mode, beaming down from the Plattfields aerial, filling the world with his snake of smoke, whipping the air above the Bangor into colours of old myths. The kids were responding for sure, but not in kind, because the tack shaka was a Hindu, and these kids were Muslims, and that's a world of difference. The dream snake was coming down for me, and I was failing myself, me own sweet dreams, and all who believed in me, slipping on black mud, dragging myself onwards towards the glistening lake, but no chance of getting there, no chance. The first bullet hit, a hard push in the back. I felt its vile energies hitting me, pushing me down. I tumbled into the grass, face first, but then up again, finding the strength somehow, still believing. Keep running, Twink. Second bullet hit, shot from a cop gun, fired on a shadow tracer beam. It went in straight and pure, pitching me forward so that my head was pressed flat against the mud and the grass, hard on it, right down, and I was just lying there waiting for the pain to come, waiting for me back to set on fire and the life to go wandering away. Should have cottoned it. Pain didn't come. Wasn't thinking too good. The dream snake colours lighting up the field all around, tack shaka hovering over me. All I could manage was to roll over onto the thing so that I was looking straight into tack shaka's wounded face, his split-ended tongue hissing like the rain between the long fangs. Then that snake whipped down fast and true, a vicious blur, but he didn't go for me neck, which was the usual target. Instead, he sank those daggers into me ankle, piercing the skin. And the shadow smoke was all round me body, and I was gone, a total shadow fuck, collapsing into a world of numbers, falling, a realm of mists, where green and violet info played on waves of shadows, the smell of jasmine enveloping me. And I was falling through the clouds of yellow, and as I was falling, I could still move around, twisting, still falling, twisting over again, trying to face upwards, but still falling. And all these numbers floating by, pure and naked information, wrapping me up in mathematics. The records of all my crimes were being written in the saffron air, and all of the Stash Riders' crimes, everything, all we'd done and lost and killed. I was coming to it then, the story, where I was, with me hair still wet from the outside rain, inside this palace of numbers. Then I was whipped back the other way, so that my head came up towards my stomach, until I was looking direct into the king of snakes. Tack shaka was floating in space, his tail wrapped around my ankle, his face inches from mine, so I could smell the shadow breath and see the orange cells of info moving around inside his eyes. I'm thinking I should just drop you. This isn't real. You've been a pain in the gut, Scribble. He was beaming direct into me skull, drilling through the bone with his words, pricking me soft brain until I got the message, each word a new pain. There's some bad mothers down there, some real tasty equations. They can fractalize a man in seconds. This is a yellow vert, the colour that kills. And I could feel his tail unravelling. Then I was falling down into the mouth of the number snakes, screaming, down the world, accelerating, snakes hissing from the blur as I plummeted, me mind going blank and dreaming, so that I landed in somebody's soft arms and they were raising me up and this voice calling me from the dream's mouth. I've got you, Scribble. I've got you in my arms. I opened my eyes to see the game cat's crooked smile. He was floating in the tunnel, holding me tight one-handed, like I had no weight on me. He raised up his free arm. There was a ball hammer in it, and I could see the snakeweed sap dribbling there on the head. Tack shaka came down fast for him, hissing with anger and frustration, so I guess the snake lost the edge, losing to anger. Cat was super cool. He swung the hammer round in a wave of heat, and then swung it back, inch perfect, timed it like a vert ball player, going for the winning pitch, met that snakehead full on. There was a clang of light, then a hissing, burning sound, and the crunch of flesh against steel. Takshaka was tumbling over and over, tail whipping, screaming, blood pumping from his face. He fell into the jaws of numbers, an explosion of orange sap spraying all over, me and the cat covered in it. Game Cat dropped the hammer after him. "You killed him, Cat?"
The cat took a yellow feather out of his pocket. You don't kill something like Takshaka. You just win the current game. He placed the feather in his mouth, working it. One by one, the list of Stash Rider crimes deleted themselves from the air. Cat pulled out the Takshaka feather, placed it in my mouth. "This isn't for you. This is for Tristan." Then I was gone. Pitched out. Jerked back, where no jerk-out switch ever lived. When I opened my eyes, there was this smiling face staring down at me. "I don't know what you did, mate, but that snake just went woomph. It was great." I felt a strong hand clutching under my shoulder, and then lifting me up, until I was looking direct into this Asian face. His black hair was wetted down over his eyes, but I could see the life in them, the energy. He smiled. "Go for it, mate. Whatever it is." And then he was leading me over to the grass to where Twinkle was waiting. "You do good now." Then the Asian walked away into the rain. Over on the playing fields they were shutting down the system, the lights going out one by one until the darkness settled. Midnight. Twinkle took me hand. There was still some dog shit on us, but the rain was taking care of that. But the thing on me back. The dead weight of... I was suddenly back on the field, feeling the bullets hit, but now seeing for real where those bullets had landed. "They shot the thing," I said to Twinkle. "Don't worry, Scrib." But I couldn't stop crying. Thing is dead. All I could say. All I could think about. Because that was Desdemona gone. "Keep going, Mr. Scribble. Big things saved you." "What for? What for?" "Because you can't swap death for life. Not even in the Vurt." The boating lake shining with the last remnants of the day. The bag of dead flesh on me back. Me and that young girl walking along the water's edge. Heading for nowhere. Shit cleansed in the rain. Day 24. "You know where the Slithy Tove is?" I asked Twinkle. "Sure, it's just over the hill. We passed it." "That's where Barney works. He'll help you. Go there, through the trees. Keep to the darkest roads you can find." "Mr. Scribble." A young face was wet from the trip. "You're on your own now, kid." "What about you, Mr. Scribble? What are you going to do?" "Some things." "Keep the faith, Mr. Scribble." "That's right, keep the faith. Go on now." Twinkle set off into the dark morning, through the breath of trees. She looked back just the once. "Keep going," I called. I pulled off one shoulder strap, then the other, until the thing was loose. I lowered him to the ground, his dead eyes looking up at me. I think they were his eyes. Thing was dead for sure. 2 holes in his back where the bullets had lodged. Nothing. It brings nothing. I pulled the feather out, then picked his body up, carried it to the lake's edge. I lowered him into the waters. The thing floated for a moment, until the water had soaked through to every vessel. Then he sank away, beneath the waves. It's over. Time to go. But where? You got nothing to give, Scribble. What's the point? I put the feather to the very edge of my bottom lip. Pulled it away again, trembling, unsure. So long we've travelled for this. Feather back in, deep this time. Felt the glitters there, a curious shade of yellow. Desdemona calling. In my last moments of reality, I pulled out the feather and I placed it in my pocket, the curious yellow coming on. Desdemona, somewhere. An end to fasting. my face bathed in a yellow light.
Looking good, Steve. Cheers.
I moved the razor across my cheek, revealing an area of skin, and then wiped the foam onto a flannel.
I haven't got what she wanted. Don't you know how that feels? Don't I just?
I wet the razor in the sink. The water looked dirty.
She had her heart set on that bag. You know what Des is like. Believe me, no one knows better.
I looked deep into the eyes staring back at me. Yellow eyes. The neon tube above the mirror cast a yellow gloom over my face. The light seemed almost thick, and my hand had to push gently through the air as I brought the razor back up. It was my father's open razor, the one sharpened on that leather strop hanging up beside the sink. He hated me using it, but what the hell? It wasn't every day that your sister gets to be 16.
I should have moved on that bag. Stephen!
I was talking to myself in the bathroom mirror, calling myself by name.
As soon as Des spotted it, I should have got the money out there and then. But oh no, not me. I wanted to surprise her with it. So you let that guy steal it off you? Big deal. You got her something nice instead? No. There's nothing else she would... Shit.
I'd taken a nick out of my face. Blood fell into the water, swirling. I reached for a tissue, and when I looked in the mirror to stop the flow, it was me father's face that I dabbed at. Oh my God, I was...
You know I forbid the use of that blade. It's a man's blade. Father, I'm sorry.
What was this? Where was I? This feeling, what is it? Think.
Give me the blade, Stephen. Please.
This isn't real. Nobody calls me Stephen anymore.
Must I punish you again?
I'm getting the haunting.
Father?
He was swinging the blade. This isn't real. I'm in a Vurt. Jerk out. The razor coming for me face. Jesus Christ, jerk out, you dumb fucking... Oh Christ, I was shivering amongst the trees down by the lakeside. The leaves were rustling from the gathering wind. I couldn't stop shaking. Made a way out of there. A shadow falling across the moon. Christ, that was bad. And no sign of Desdemona. Shaking. Breathing in gulps of air again. Me lungs aching and me throat, and a sharp pain on me cheek from the razor's edge. And then letting out the air in a long passage. Something coming between the moon and the trees. Found a way out somehow. Except that you can't jerk out of a yellow. The leaves shaking as something moved amongst them. So what was... I found you, Stephen. Me father pushing the branches aside, the glint of light on the razor in his hand. I'm still in the Vurt. I won't have a child of mine out after 10. Father stepping forward, blocking the moon's light completely until there was only darkness and the blade. Get out of here. His hand around me neck. Looking good, Scribble. Looking good yourself, birthday girl. You taking me out tonight? Bet on it, Des. Where? Platt Fields. There's a little clump of trees there, side of the lake. It's private and cosy, and we could... well, you know. Scribble, I'm not going to some dingy park. I'm going dancing. She pushed me backwards onto the bed, and then she jumped on top of me. I managed to get a grip on her body and then kind of throw her over, but gently. We gotta go there, Des. Don't ask why, I just know we gotta go. She went quiet then. Her bedroom was a warm glow of yellow. The last rays of the sun coming through the drawn curtains. Her eyes were too much for me, too full of life. I lowered myself down until our bodies were touching all over and me lips were on hers. You got me a present, Scrib. I tried to get you that bag you wanted. Well, I did get it, but... don't tell me you lost it. I hate you. It was stolen, Des. This guy on the bus, he snatched it away from me, jumped off just as the bus was moving from the stop. I didn't know what to do. You know what this means? I know. It means we can't go to Plattfields. I know. Why is that? I don't know. Crazy, isn't it? Doesn't matter. We'll just stay in tonight. We could... That can't happen. Father, he... Has he been hassling you again? He went for me with a razor before. This is a curious house, isn't it, Scrib? It's a bad house. Then I pulled her blouse, free from her belt, to reveal the hard ridges of the scars on her lovely stomach. I put my lips to them, trying to kiss them away. Nothing would work. I got you a present anyway, Des. Show me. I put my hand in my jacket pocket, feeling something fluttering there, not knowing what it was until I pulled it out, and then still not knowing. Oh, Scrib! It's a feather. Looks like it. Look at the colours in it. All those yellows. They're just the same colour as the light in this house. What does the feather do? I think I'm meant to tickle you with it. That sounds right. She pulled up her blouse some more, offering me her stomach and breasts. I stroked the yellow feather gently over her body. Oh, God, that feels good. It's making me see pictures. What do you see? Me and you walking away from this house, growing old together. Keep stroking. That's it. That's good. We're living in a little house, miles from here, miles from Father. Keep doing it, higher. That's it. On me neck. Feels lovely. Miles away from the pain. On me lips, please, Scribble. Yes. Miles away from the knife. In me mouth. Now. In me mouth. I had the feather poised on me sister's lips, and me whole being was telling me to push further, to let her take it in deep, and I didn't even know why. I just had to do it to her, gently pushing. Take that feather away, Stephen. Father? It's a young boy's game. I was lying on top of me father, pushing a feather into his mouth. His bite clamped down hard on the flights, so that the feather was lodged solid between his teeth. Then his hands came down on me back, and I felt the blade going in, felt like me back was on fire. He stabbed again. Christ, the pain was unbearable. I felt the razor tearing its way out, ready for another strike. Father, please. It's all you deserve, wretched boy. But as he spoke, the feather was loose in his mouth. This isn't real. He cursed me then. Called me a sister fucker. This is Vurt. Jerk out. The razor biting into me. No, don't jerk out. I was getting the story. There is no jerk out. It just starts again. This is Curious Yellow, and that isn't me father under me. It's me sister. It's Desdemona. This is just a Vurt father. He's living inside Desdemona. There is no going back, no jerking out. You can only go forward. The razor was cutting into me skin again. The pain was terrible. Blood on me father's face. A sudden glimpse of Desdemona's eyes looking back at me from me father's face, and her voice telling me to push the feather in. It took everything I had left, fighting against all the rage and madness, until I had the feather wedged up against the top of his mouth. He bit down hard again, but I was too far gone by then, too full up of despair. Shove it. Deep to me father's throat, which was Desdemona's throat, where it belongs. Immediately, his body starts to fall away. The razor slips free of me skin. I pull the Curious out of his mouth and take it into mine. Please, God, I'm right on this one. Warning, you are now in Metavurt. Looking good, Stephen. Cheers. As it curiouser and curiouser as the blade swinging for Desdemona, swinging for Desdemona, swinging for Desdemona. What is happening? 1,000 knives reflected, each one sharp as the mirror, as they cut into me sister, who was cut into me sister, who was cut into me sister. What the hell is going on? That voice. I know that voice. It's the voice of...
You are seriously fucking up my systems.
Who was clinging to me, covered in blood, covered in blood.
That voice, it was the voice of...
Desdemona, sister, falling away from me in blood as I clung on tight to her 1,000 times, as I me father reflected in the mirror, reflected as I saw the blades coming in again.
Please explain yourself.
It was the voice of Sniffing General. I hope you realise the trouble you're causing me. Blood all over.
What's happening, General? Can you help me? You've gone meta. Not just any old meta. Mirror meta. You're doing curious inside of curious. Nobody does that. Nobody. Get me out. Get us both out.
Our father did.
There is no way. You're caught in a loop.
Desdemona, as he cutting, as he's smiling.
You've got to, General.
Desdemona.
It can't be done. I don't know how. No one's ever.
Hobart.
She'll... It just gets worse, General.
Taking the silver feather reflected 1,000 times out of my pocket.
Don't do that.
Sister reaching out for me as she reached out for me, bleeding, and the bleeding
I pushed the Sniffing General feather in as I pushed the silver feather in over the top of the curious yellow. That's me you're pushing in.
Father swinging the razor at me sister.
I need a door, General.
Me sister. As I waiting for the menu to scroll.
1. Edit. 2. Clone. 3. Help.
Menu stops. As I stop me father's hand.
Won't let you.
What
number was the door? What number?
As I took the razor from his hand, and then I...
Hobart will punish me.
4 for a door, that's it. As I pushed the razor into me...
No!
As I pushed the razor into me father's eye. Coming back to me now, the feelings, as I thought about the number 4, me father screaming with his hands coming up to his eyes as I got the menu up to me eyes.
1. Blue. 2. Black. 3. I'm not giving you the menu.
That's okay, Sniffer. I don't need it anymore. As I thought about the number 5. 5 for alive. A door opening up as the mirror broke and our father was putting red hands up to his eyes, and the door opened in his eyes and I could see the trees of Platt Fields through the holes in his eyes.
Sniffing General?
A new voice.
Hobart, Miss... I'm sorry. What is the problem?
I was pushing Des toward the door in father's eyes.
Nothing I can't handle, Miss Hobart. I am trying to stay asleep, General. Please explain.
Desdemona won't go through. She's clinging to me, dragging me along as well.
We've got a mirror meta in Curious Yellow with an illegal life door breach plus an unauthorized swap-back attempt without adequate exchange material. Is that all? Don't make me angry, General.
So I'm thinking about the number 1 whilst they argue. Number 1 for a blue world, seeing the thousands of blue names scroll down. Thinking about P for pleasure, P for pleasure, P for pleasure, P for pleasure, P for pleasure.
Where are we, Scribble? My sister and I sitting on the park bench in Pleasureville, listening to the birds singing. We're inside a Vurt, Des. It's lovely. We should just stay here forever. Should we do that, Scribble?
No. Their eyes went blank for a moment, filled with a blue void. This isn't the real world, Des. The real world is not beautiful, but it's where you belong. No, don't try to understand. Just believe what I'm saying. I'm sending you back, Des, if I can. You're coming with me, Scribble. I don't belong there, sister. This is my place. This is what I am. Scribble. It can't happen, Des. It just can't. I love you too much. Oh, you don't love me enough. Which adds up to the same thing. The same pile of bones.
General found us.
There you are. I've been looking all over.
Send my sister back. She has nothing to exchange with. It cannot be.
I'm staying here.
Oh. In that case, let me check the constant.
Scribble, please don't.
She was holding tight to me hand, trying to pull me with her, but I was firmly rooted now, working the vert like I was born to it.
You know the truth, Des. Keep the faith. Don't stop thinking about me.
My father's eyes open in blood red in a blue Pleasureville sky.
There, I have it now, sir. And Desdemona falling away, the touch of her fingers, the gift of her eyes, falling into the eyes of our father, and through to where I could catch glimpses of the shifting branches, and the moon on the lake in the park where the world is good and the rain is tender. I pull curious yellow out of my mouth, leaving the silver there. All the layers fall away until I'm seeing only darkness. I suppose we ought to do something about you. I guess so. The menu scrolls down. 1 blue, 2 black, 3 pink, 4 silver, 5 life, 6 cat, 7 yellow, 8 Hobart. Please select your door option. Not that you've got much choice. Give me a 6, please, General. Falling. Sniffing General was behind his desk, lining up 3 lines of choke powder. By God, I need this. I didn't say anything. Gamecat's door lay just beyond. I'm in trouble with Miss Hobart now. It's all got to be accounted for, you know. She'll want a full report. That's a lot of work, and I blame you entirely. She almost woke up then. Do you know the consequences of Miss Hobart waking up before the right time? Do you? If she should stop dreaming, why, it's unthinkable. We'd all be out of a job, including you, Mr. Scribble. He looked up at me. Sir, are you crying? I don't know what I was doing, only that my back was killing me. I felt weak, and the room was swaying slightly. Here, can I... Sniffing General was rising from his desk, clutching a paper tissue. I don't know what I looked like, but the General stopped in his tracks before he even got close. My God, you've been cut. Let me. That's all right, General. I'd like to see the cat, please. Straight away, sir. I started to collapse, but the office door was open now. The game cat was waiting there to greet me. Day. Forever. There are 1,000 things in this room, and I'm just one of them, living amongst objects and gifts, writing all this up on an antique word processor, some desperate swap for some desperate feather. The cat's over in the armchair drinking his wine, working on next week's issue. He likes to write with pen and ink, the future with the past. I'm 41 now. I feel about 25 or so. Look it, too. Living in Vurt really slows down the rate of change. 20 years. 20 years gone by since Mandy first stepped out of that all-night Vurt you want. Do they still have those places? I don't keep up with life. Real life. Sure, the cat tells me stories now and again. How Des and Twinkle share a house somewhere. That Uber dog's getting old by now, as dogmen will. He's very high up in the music industry, in partnership with Dingo Tush. Bridget doesn't seem to feature. The cat can find no traces. She's out there, somewhere, waiting to happen. No clues about Carly Dog. I like to think that she roamed the streets for years, running with the pack, and then died in action. That's a good story. And sometimes, just sometimes, I find myself riding some blue or black door, and some woman comes up to me, riding the same feather. She has the most beautiful eyes, and a dragon tattoo on her left upper arm. We play for a while, working the game together like experts, always winning, never losing. She's 39 years old, I'm 25. It doesn't happen that often. I suppose it must get to her. The widening gap of age. Cat tells me that she's got a new man now, down on the real world. That's okay. I can handle that. Her wounds have healed. So have mine. I guess I always loved Desdemona more than she loved me. That's why her staying here would have been a betrayal. A betrayal of life. What else? The crash rider's feather got made eventually. It was a hard yellow and the money comes in useful, kind of, just to bribe the general now and again into letting me pass through doorways I shouldn't. It was the cat who persuaded me to write down these memories. I don't know what to call it yet. Certainly not crash drivers. I might just call it after my name, or after what I am, what I've become. Maybe you're hearing it now. Or maybe you're playing the feather. Or maybe you're in the feather, thinking that you're hearing the story with no way of knowing. No matter. The game is over soon. Just one more moment. And then it's gone. A young boy takes a feather out of his mouth.
Vurt was written by Jeff Noon and read by Paul McGann. It was abridged for audio by Jan Werner. The recording engineer was Paul Gillam. It was directed by Stuart Owen. Original music was composed by Richard Emmett and Paul Nelson. The associate producer was Florence Burrow Adams. Vurt was produced by Karen Perlman. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.